Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Kalimera. Welcome to the International Conference on Preventing and Tackling Bullying and Youth Violence. We are very pleased and very honored, as the Smile of the Child and as the European Anti-Bullying Network, to be co-hosting and co-organizing this conference today. As you have seen, as you know, this is being organized on the occasion of the 10-year anniversary of the European Anti-Bullying Network, and also in the framework of a project called Prevent Youth Violence Among Peers, Motives, Causes, and Prevention Techniques, funded by the EEA grants through the Hellenic Ministry of Economy and Finance. We're very, very happy to have all of you here today, members of the European Anti-Bullying Network, partners of the Prevent Project, partners of a human project, and you will hear all about this later on in the conference program, as well as representatives of authorities, civil society, schools, and other stakeholders on a very, very hot and sensitive topic that I know torments and concerns all of us. So thank you for attending. We hope that the day is interesting for you and productive. We look forward to the discussions. And I would like to hereby begin the first opening session with the addresses of this conference by calling to the stand two young ladies, Mrs. Elena Houdala and Mrs. Natalia Haralabopoulou, who are children volunteers, student volunteers, members of the child rights team of the European Student Volunteer Network of the Smile of the Child. So ladies, come forward.
Hello, my name is Elena and I'm 15 years old. I'm a volunteer at the Smile of the Child, specifically in the student volunteer project called You Smile, and also member of the children's rights team. I decided to join this team because I really wanted to try help find solutions in severe social problems that sadly many kids around us face daily. This is also our goal as a team, which means that we aim to protect and advocate for children's rights, and also try to generate a better present and future. In order to achieve our goal, we meet with psychologists or social workers who provide us with the information that we need in order to find solutions in the problem that we want to try and deal with. Today, we are here to inform you about our proposals in the problem that sadly many kids around us face daily. This problem is bullying. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning. Good morning, my name is Natalie, and I'm also a member of the Children's Rights team. So bullying and violence are unfortunately two problems that do not only concern our everyday life, but they also touch human dignity as well. They are problems that deeply affect the lives of every single person, leaving indelible marks on their soul. So we need to stop and think, why should these problems concern us so much? Why should we be the ones to deal with them? For us young people, teenagers, school is not just a place to learn. Spending at least 6 hours every day inside a classroom, school has become our second home. It has become our world. It's where we form friendships, where we dream, where we essentially discover who we truly are. And when this environment becomes a place of violence and fear, the consequences are beyond count. As teens, therefore, we can make a difference. Since we know better than anyone the issue of juvenile violence and bullying, we can be the ones to prevent it or even make it disappear. But we cannot do this alone. We can't do this without you, without the state, and most importantly, without teachers. This problem must become yours. The issue of violence must concern you as much as it concerns us, because violence is everywhere in our reality, and it affects everyone, not just students in schools. Let's all contribute, therefore, to its prevention. And so, as the problem of violence intensifies by the day, as the incidents of bullying in schools increase more and more, the question arises whether there will ever be a way out, whether we're ever going to be able to stop juvenile violence. The answer is yes, because through the darkness of aggression, the light of respect, understanding, acceptance, and kindness is born. Hope for a better future is born. And as the new generation of this world, we want, with your contribution and support, to create a different future, a new future, a future with no violence. The message we want to live today is clear. Change starts from us. Everyone here today has the power and is willing to change someone's life. But will we do it tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you to the ladies. I think that was a very nice note to begin with the young voices. So now we'd like to call to the floor Mr. Kostas Giannopoulos, President of the Board of Directors of the European Anti-Bullying Network and also President of the Board of the Smile of the Child.
Good morning. So much president. Who cares about presidents? We need workers. Because there are a lot of presidents and chiefs, but not as many organized workers in the field. So taking the floor from the young ladies, we don't listen to the voice. We should hear their anxieties. And this is what we do in our organization. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, because I take this opportunity. We welcome all our visitors, foreign visitors, but please allow me to speak my tongue language, because we have a lot of also people from Greece, and we want to speak in a way that we should address also the Greek society, the Greek authorities, of the phenomenon that right now in Greece, like in other countries, it's becoming more and more serious. So, you okay with the headsets? Okay. Σας καλωσορίζω.
So, welcome to the international meeting of the European Anti-Bullying Network. Not anti-bullying, but anti-violence as well, because bullying and violence is everywhere, and we are very happy for hosting this meeting in our country. The European Anti-Bullying Network celebrates today the 10th anniversary from its foundation. Some people from all over Europe met, and we have common values, common concerns, and we created the European Anti-Bullying Network. We are very happy since yesterday the Board of Directors and the General Assembly we met yesterday, and we have a new board. And please allow me to mention each member of the board separately. Maria Travacchini, Vinta Montesca, Italy, Vice President. Gonzalo Santamaria from Spain. Ferran Calvo from Spain. Rosana Benelit Nova from Bulgaria. Carla Gentile from Italy. Sila Vincese from Hungary.
And me, thank you very much for another term. You elected me as a representative of the Smile of the Child, as a president of the European Network. It's a great honor, but a great responsibility. I was talking earlier about presidents. The presidents are okay, but you need to sit down, see what's happening, and see how you're going to work. I had some ministers to address, but they are not here. It's only the representative from Mr. Nikolakopoulos, the Deputy Minister of Citizens protection, which is important because representing police. Right now in Greece, the police is taking all the burden on their shoulders to cover many problems, but unfortunately it's not their responsibility for everything. And it's a great honor. Είναι ιδιαίτερη μεγάλη τιμή γιατί σήμερα έχουμε...
Great honor because we have among us professors, university professors, scientists from all over the world who will present some data, best practices, and proposals. We have identified the problem. There is an issue in Greece and all over the world, and we are at a very bad stage in Greece, and we use suppressive measures, but we are wrong. We should see what we can do prevention-wise. Violence among young people, unfortunately, are similar to a snowball. It goes faster and faster, creating more and more victims. Let me repeat once more, this is not a police issue. It is an issue concerning schools and society as a whole. We have representatives from various schools. One of our collaborators told me that we were told that the Ministry of Education will collaborate with the police forces. But of course, I hope we realize that police has nothing to do with prevention. Police has nothing to do with the school. In the smile of the child, we are aware of something which is very important, that there are no victims or no culprits or no gangs among children. There are children who receive violence and groups of children. The term gang should be forgotten. Once they become a gang, the whole story is lost. There is nothing we can do. The role of civil society and the role of the various bodies is to collaborate. The role of an organization such as the Smile of the Child is to support the government institutions. And this Congress is organized in order to supply solutions through best practices from Europe or internationally. Yesterday, I was very happy to meet various colleagues presenting some best practices, and I was wondering, why can't we do this here? Why don't we share these with other countries? As you know, best practices are there to be implemented. What we need is will for cooperation, consultations with all the stakeholders before the implementation and during this effort. But of course, legislation based on real fact is necessary. What we are saying is that we should listen to the children. The children are knowledgeable, they have a full understanding, they are mature enough, but they are also pure. My son, 29 years ago, in his diary, established the Smile of the Child. 29 years later, all the good forces came together in this country. There are various proposals, there are various projects. Europe is funding these projects. They have been implemented. We have among us Prevent, which is a very important institution, and we also have many other programs which should not be mentioned only during the closing session, reminding what a good job we did. I would like to remind you of the meeting in Brussels, where the final result concerned schools from Italy. The initiative was from Villa Montesca. So we met and we reached a conclusion, all of us together. Teachers and children from Crete were attending, and we reached a result. Who was informed on this result? Nobody. Very often, decisions are being taken by advisors, but individual efforts are not enough. I really apologize because I'm lingering on these topics, but I'm doing this because in some countries things are not being done properly. We established action centers, as for example, the anti-bullying center, an anti-violence center. Each center has its own coordinator. What is important is that in Greece, the Greek society is trusting the smile of the child, and the smile of the child has the obligation to serve the public institutions, because this is a very important point. When the children call the red line, the national red line, which in cooperation with the competent services denounce something, they induce us to find a solution. We should be very reactive. But of course, this gives an example that the red line 1056 is trustworthy. We are very close to the school community that we serve. Let me underline this. We serve the school community. The teachers should learn more about anti-bullying, anti-violence. Children want very bold teachers. They want to share with the teachers. Children themselves say that we are disappointed by our teachers. Of course, we should not blame them, but very often a minor change within the ministry brings major changes in the school system. We have among us the European Observatory of Cyprus. We had a similar observatory here in Greece. In Greece, it has been abolished, while the Observatory of Cyprus continues, and I hope they will share their experience with us. Since Greece and Cyprus more or less have the same culture, and the Observatory of Cyprus from the Ministry of Education has done a great job, and we have a great cooperation in the framework of the European Anti-Bullying Network. Of course, we will share our knowledge, no doubt about this. We will continue our cooperation, and very often we will announce the common activities concerning sexual abuse and bullying. 1 week ago, we visited Cyprus, and we decided that we will move forward together. Thank you very much for your participation. I hope what will be told today will be taken into consideration by the competent, the responsible authorities, because in reality they are the ones who take decisions, and we are here in order to support the communities and municipalities. We have among us the municipality of Uppsala, and I wish we could cooperate because we want them to share all their knowledge, because unique things are being done in this country. Of course, we cannot reach their standards and their knowledge because the culture is different, but they have very knowledgeable as to best practices. So we continue our cooperation with the various municipalities in Greece and then with other countries. This is a European issue, this is an international issue, and the new board of the European Anti-Bullying Network will try to inform to supply more information about these issues all over Europe. Thank you.
Thank you to the President, Mr. Yiannopoulos. And now I would like to call to the floor Dr. Irini Psifidou. She is Senior Expert in European Vocational Education and Training Policies at CEDEFOP, the European Center for the Development of Vocational Training.
Καλή σας μέρα.
Good morning.
I will say very few words in Greek and I will switch into English for you to know to use your headphones. Είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή και σας ευχαριστώ.
So it's a great pleasure and honor, and I'd like to warmly thank you for the invitation. Indeed, it is a very important honor. I've just had an attack of allergic asthma, and I found out what violence is all about, because it does not allow you to express yourself, to feel safe and speak, and to say whatever I wanted to tell you. So I hope my asthma gets better and I'll be able to speak calmly.
And to celebrate together the European Anti-Bullying Network's 10-year celebration. I see this really as a unique opportunity for me, for CEDEFOP, to join our efforts to soon celebrate a decade on eradicating school violence and bullying. It may seem now as a dream, but dreams may only become true where there is a constant and great effort from all those who can make a difference. And in my opinion, this event today did manage to bring together all of you who can really, really make a difference. And I was really struck from what the young lady said this morning, that we can't do it alone. So we really need all of you, all of us. Let me tell you a few things about CEDEFOP, which is based in Thessaloniki, in the north of Greece. So CEDEFOP is the European Center for the Vocational Education and Training, and also celebrates a big birthday next year. It's a Golden Jubilee. So CEDEFOP actually moved from Berlin, from Germany, to Thessaloniki back in 1995, and from 50 whole years, it has been our mission to develop and modernize vocational education and training, to try to empower every student, every learner to have a brighter future in employment and in its life. And we believe that promoting vocational education and training for excellence may only happen if we strive for safe and inclusive educational systems that care and respect every single learner, enabling them to thrive not only academically, but also emotionally and socially. So today I wish to make 5 very, very brief points. First, preventing bullying and violence in youth is a top EU policy priority. And all EU's efforts are endorsed by several policy frameworks and initiatives, like the Pathways to School Success or the European Commission's guidelines for supporting well-being and mental health in schools. The EU is also prioritizing the development of strategies to prevent and address hate speech and cyberbullying through various working groups, projects, and funded programs. Actually, this same afternoon, there is a European webinar about the parental involvement to address anti-bullying, where all European ministries are involved. A second point is that despite this political commitment and all the progress made so far, there is still a long way to go to fulfill the dream of eradicating bullying and cyberbullying in Europe. As you may very well know, 1 in 3 students are victims of bullying worldwide, and 1 in 10 students are victims of cyberbullying. This is based on the latest UNESCO's data. Within this, only half European member states, they do have concrete policies to address bullying, and fewer than less European member states, they do have policies to address cyberbullying. And I'm sure that this event will give a great opportunity to learn from good practices. I've shown in the agenda good practices and inspiring policies from Cyprus, from Ireland, from Italy, from Iceland, Norway, Sweden. So many countries gather here today. It's a great pleasure to learn from all of you. A third point I would like to make, which somehow comes closer to what I work on at CEDEFOP, is that tackling violence and bullying at school is also preventing dropout and facilitating school success. All forms of violence, as you may know, in education hinder learning. Research indicates that victims of bullying are much more likely to drop out from school. And today, 1 in 10 students in Europe are early school leavers, means that they have left, they drop out from school, and they have never qualified in upper secondary education. But what does this mean? What does this number mean in reality? An early school leaver faces fewer employment opportunities, may be trapped in precarious jobs, and it's very rarely that he participates in further education and training in lifelong learning, so somehow perpetuating cycles of poverty and inequality. Moreover, you may know that being an early school leaver, it is more likelihood to become socially inactive and drop into the category of what we call NEET, a person who is not in education, training, or employment. At CEDEFOP, and particularly my personal work, we fight against early leaving from vocational education and training through several means. We have been supporting evidence-based policy making for decades now, and we're providing practical tools like the VET Toolkit for tackling early leaving or the VET Toolkit for empowering needs. So we've also established a European network of ambassadors to promote peer learning, to inspire from good practices in promoting educational ecosystems. So a fourth point that I would like to make, that was also heard this morning by the young ladies, is that school leaders and teachers need to receive effective training on addressing bullying throughout their careers, but also support for their own well-being. So teachers' well-being and teaching performance is also affected by violence. 80% of teachers worldwide, they've been also victims of any kind of violence in schools. And this leads, as you may imagine, in high levels of stress, burnout, reduced job satisfaction, which in turn impacts the quality of education they can provide. You may understand that when teachers are demotivated or feel unsafe, the entire learning environment suffers. So policymakers must create frameworks which enables teachers and all school staff to get the necessary training and support. At CEDEFOP, we give great emphasis on teachers' continuing professional development, and actually we will launch in the next academic year a very novel survey in order to gather evidence that doesn't exist still in Europe. It's the European Vocational Education and Training Teacher Survey that will be actually carried out in 22 member states, where we will learn the opportunities that teachers, trainers, and school leaders have in accessing quality, continuing professional development in order to help them and support to address issues of violence and bullying. The results will be available at the late of 2026, and I would be very happy to share with all of you. A fifth and final point is that, and also it was amazing that I also heard this morning from the two young girls, somehow I think they summarized my speech. It was not need for me to come today. Tackling violence and bullying at school is a collective responsibility. It requires a whole school, a whole community approach. I said that a bit earlier too. To effectively address an issue which is a social phenomenon, it needs a comprehensive, a holistic, and interdisciplinary approach, engaging multiple stakeholders, not only those who are directly concerned, like the parents, the teachers, or the students themselves, but we need the policymakers, the social society, the civic society, national and regional policymakers, social workers, psychologists. So basically, we need every single person who is in this room today. So let's join forces to create a safer and more inclusive learning environment for all young people. To build violence-free schools, we must end violence in and through education. So let's join efforts to make the smile of the child a bigger and a brighter smile. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Psifidou for this very vibrant presentation, very inspiring presentation. I would now like to call for the final address in this opening session, Mrs. Ioanna Dzika, Director, National Focal Point for the EEA Grants of the General Secretariat for Public Investments and the NSRF of the Greek Ministry of Economy and Finance.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear hosts, it is a privilege to address. Thank you. It is a privilege to address this esteemed gathering as representative of National Focal Point of EEA grants in Greece. Today, we focus on a critical issue, youth violence. This gathering is a testament to our collective commitment to fostering safer and healthier environments for our young people. Youth violence among peers is a complex problem with far-reaching consequences. It disrupts educational progress, undermines mental health, and creates a ripple effect of fear and insecurity, whether it manifests as physical aggression, bullying, or cyber violence. It threatens the very fabric of our societies. Youth violence is not just a social issue. It is a barrier to growth, potential, and the future we envision for our communities. The EEA grants represent more than a funding. They symbolize solidarity, collaboration, and a shared vision for a brighter future. Through initiatives like the project PREVENT, we are actively addressing this issue by empowering communities with resources and expertise to create safer environments for our youth. The EEA grants framework is uniquely positioned to tackle this challenge. By focusing on reducing social disparities and fostering cooperation across Europe, these grants enable targeted interventions informed by research and tailored to local needs. They emphasize cooperation and knowledge sharing across partner countries, ensuring that solutions are not only innovative, but also sustainable. Last September, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein and the EU have reached the agreements for the new programming period. For the next 7 years, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein will provide 3.2 billion to 15 EU member states to enhance cohesion in Europe. We build on and continue the cooperation we have had for the last 30 years to address some of Europe's main challenges, such as the green transition, protecting democracy and human rights, strengthening social inclusion, and making Europe more resilient. The grants adapt the real situation in Europe. We are truly happy to see this agreement setting the stage for an impact cooperation across different sectors of society. We are ready to roll up our sleeves and kick-start a new programming period. I would like to use this opportunity to say a huge thank you to everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this project PREVENT possible under the tight framework. We are looking forward and working with you during the next period to make a real difference. Preventing youth violence is not just an intervention. It's about building a foundation for peace, inclusion, and opportunity. Together, through the initiatives supported by the EA grants, we're creating a future where every young person can thrive, free from fear and violence. Thank you for your commitment to this cause and for being part of this transformative journey. Together, we can and we will make a difference.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Dzika. Now we are ready to move to the next session. What it's going to work like is the following. I'm going to call speakers to sit at the table, the speakers of each session, and then one by one you'll get up on the stand to make your presentation. So the next session, which is dedicated to common strategies to combat bullying and youth violence among peers, specific proposals for interdisciplinary cooperation, is focusing on the Greek context, the Greek situation. So I would like to call my colleague Ioanna Hardaloupa and the third young lady from the child rights team of You Smile, Isabella Manetu, to come up here, and also to mention that whoever's using PowerPoints, they're on the desktop and we can open it up. I can help you if you want to. Please, come.
Ναι. Καλημέρα. I will talk in English, but if you want, I can switch to Greek. It's a very honor and pleasure to be here, and let me introduce myself. I'm Ioanna Hardaloupa. I'm a psychologist. I'm the coordinator of the Prevention and Awareness Department of the Smile of the Child, and I'm also responsible for the Center of Bullying and Violence in the Smile of the Child. Here, right now, I'm going to represent you some good practices that we have in Greece from the Smile of the Child, which are very important to all over school community, all over Greece. So let me begin with our services, let's say. Our main services consist to three parts: prevention, intervention, and therapy. On the intervention part, let's say that we have reports, we have our hotline 1056, which is all over Greece, and we can have reports through calls and through chat 1056. So these services are free of charge, of course, are all over Greece 24/7, and every child or parent or an educator can reach out us through night or day or every time he or she wants to do. So let me say that we have this 1056 Pan-Hellenic hotline, but we also have our platform for children, which is 1056, chat 1056. Everyone can download this platform and have the anonymously let me say that it's a very easy tool for children to use because anonymously, free of charge, they can share whatever they want to share, their emotions, if they are in danger. But Isabella will tell more about it. Our good practices, as I said before, consist of 3 parts. In the prevention part, our psychologists all over Greece, because all of our services are pan-Hellenic, they're going to schools and creating and implementing school programs. We have the license from the Ministry of Education, and we create educational programs that are aligned to children's needs. So we talk with children about bullying, cyberbullying, trafficking, missing, very important issues that are among children's rights. Of course, we have some interventions about bullying when we are dealing with crisis management at a school, when we have a violence incident. Schools have the opportunity to call us and collaborate in this crisis management, which can be a violence incident or missing or suicide from a child. Of course, I have to say that a year now we have cyber tip line Hellas. We can receive reports from children about cyberbullying, sexual abuse, or whatever a child wants to share with us. And we have to say that we have a very severe, let's say, impact on the society, because everyone knows that they're going to, and if they have a need, they're going to ask the smile of the child, because we are 24/7 of our services, and they know how to reach out us. These recent 2 years, we had a survey that it came up that 1 in 3 children, aligned with UNESCO, are bullied in all over Greece. 1 in 3. Let me say that this number, it's not exactly valid, because we are dealing with this problem almost every day. Every day, schools are dealing with bullying incidents or with violence in school. And 1 in 4 children, this is very important, all over Greece, say that they feel that their school doesn't teach them how to combat bullying, or they don't know how to react when they have an incident of violence or a bullying experience. In 2023, we carried out 1 counseling every 2 days for children for the bullying. Of the incidents that received publicity are related to bullying and delinquency among minors, the majority concerns teenagers. And I have to say that we had an increase among 47% in bullying about our projects and our programs that we're implementing in Greece, in schools all over Greece. We carried out prevention intervention programs for a lot of children in every school day, and of course we have to say that thousands of children in a year, in an academic year, they informed about bullying every day, almost every school day. So, Isabella will say more about this, but we have to know, everyone has to know that we have our campaign, Speak Up Now, Speak Now. It's a Pan-Hellenic school awareness campaign that every children can create everything they want about bullying, a song or a poem or whatever they want. They can send us, and of course, we publish all the creations of children, the main goal and the main message is that they have to speak up when they're dealing or they're experiencing a bullying incident or violence incident. Piggy will say more about the answer, but I have to say that we have a certification for schools. They can follow good practices and take this certification, not for a bullying-free school, because it's very difficult to achieve that, but we have to say that you can follow some good practices about it, and then you can share with your children, if you are an educator, what happens, what they feel, and follow structured programs to react and to combat bullying. I will say that in another project, we said that we have to emphasize on the good part, on the positive side. Change is more effective if it begins by improving what is already working well. And I have to say that bullying is a crucial topic, and it's a school topic, let's say. It's not a topic that I will say it better. We have to think how a child feels, or an educator when bullying happens at a school. If we feel it, I think that we're going to understand it better. So let's take it personally. What if I was being targeted? What if I was targeting? What if I was the observer? So what would I like people around me to do? Thank you very much.
Esteemed audience, today we are gathered here to shed light on an issue that knows no age or social boundaries: violence and bullying. Violence, bullying, and behaviors that hurt human dignity are not something to be taken for granted. We as a child rights group have taken up the issue because we believe that things can get better if children give their own solution to the issue that plagues the whole world. The issue concerns us all because every child's voice is an opportunity lost for a better world. Before I start the proposal, I would like to remind you of something very important. Do not label children, because that is how they're targeted and try to become the label. They try to be a bully, for example, or a victim. So let us consider how we can act to stop these injustices, build bridges of mutual respect, and offer society that protects and promotes dignity. First of all, we appeal to children of all ages. We know that it is difficult to address violence and bullying on your own. It is why you should talk to someone you trust. You have the power to change the course of people. Stand proudly and refuse to be bystander. The injustice. Remember that empathy, kindness, and respect are strongest weapons you have. If you happen to witness such a situation, support your friend. As with your attitude, you can be the change you want to see. Next, you turn to you, teachers. You hold in your hands the foundation of the new generation. Create, therefore, an environment of respect, acceptance in your classroom. teach by example, and recognize the signs that the child is suffering. Be open to discussion, encourage people to express their thoughts and feelings. A safe classroom is the first step to fostering values, empathy, and respect. Moving forward, you, parents, as the first school in person's life, talk to your children. Teach them the importance of acceptance. Listen to them with understanding and sincerity. Explain to them that every action has consequences, sometimes negative and sometimes positive, in order that in the future they do not engage in the harmful behavior. Create relationships between you that are based on trust, protection, and security. A good relationship between two people is always a protective shield in the problems of everyday life. To media, we suggest the following. We all know that your influence is immeasurable. Use the power of information to promote unity. Avoid reproducing violence or bullying and choose the showcase stories, then bring change, cooperating, and humanity. Highlight diversity and give voice to everyday heroes, those who make a difference without seeking recognition. Finally, we ask for a viable health state. Society needs support and guidelines. First of all, it would be good to strengthen educational programs aimed at preventing violence. At the same time, training should be offered teachers and professionals working with children. We also suggest that the legal framework should be strengthened to protect both those who have suffered violence and those who have perpetrated. The issue of violence and bullying is not an individual issue, but a social one, and requires collective action to reduce and then eliminate it. Let us all become agents of hope and change. Violence can be defeated when we choose love, when we build bridges instead of walls, when we speak and act with courage. There are no small and big acts when it comes to creating a better world, when we can build a society where every child, every person feels safe, accepted, and free for flourish. Let's start today, right now, because change doesn't come from far away. It is within us.
Thank you very much to Ioanna and Isabella. We are going to move sooner into the next session because of a last-minute change. We don't have the Deputy Minister of Education with us. So we will move to the next session, and I will invite the panelists of the next session to come up to sit on the stage. So, and I will introduce you as I call you to the stand. The next session is dedicated to discussing what has been achieved so far, best practices from the European Anti-Bullying Network and other civil society and state actors. So, if I can ask Maria Rita and Fabrizio, and let's see, Nastia and Michele and Miri to come up and sit on the stage, and then we will begin. I'll sit here, like that. Perfect. excuse us, we had to pose for a group photo as a panel, but it didn't take too long. So I will begin with a brief presentation on the European Anti-Bullying Network. I work at the Smile of the Child as a coordinator of international cooperation. So among other things, I also have the joy to coordinate the European Anti-Bullying Network. And as I mentioned in the very beginning, in the opening, today we're celebrating 10 years of the network. That was the reason, that was the instigation for us to organize this conference today. So it all started in Athens 10 years ago. So just like we're gathered here today in a nice conference venue, in a similar venue, this is before I joined the Smile of a Child in 2015. In 2014, there was a conference. It was organized in the framework of a project that was coming to a close. And one of the deliverables of this project was to create a network. So the partners of the project who were present in Athens announced the creation of the network. This was in June 2014, excuse me. So now we're 10 years later. You can see the president a little younger in the photo, but you can also see Professor Dan Olveus, the founder of the term bullying, a very highly respected personality. Maybe you have heard of him. Many of you, I trust, have. He was present with us. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, he passed away, but he was with us at the inaugural conference, and that's him in the top right corner. So a very brief overview. As I said, it was created 10 years ago in the context of a project, and it was officially registered in Belgium in March of 2015. So the European Anti-Bullying Network has its own legal personality. It is an international non-profit association registered in Belgium. What is it? It's a network of organizations working in and across Europe to combat the phenomenon of bullying, cyberbullying, and school violence by bringing together stakeholders working both in prevention and intervention. What are the objectives of the network? First of all, as for any network, to coordinate actions on the issue of bullying, of course, in the specific network, and initiatives at the European level, and to develop partnerships across Europe. Secondly, to campaign, raise awareness, and advocate for a common European strategy against bullying in Europe, and monitor and influence policies at the national and the European levels. Third, to produce and promote the exchange of good practices, enforce capacity building, and provide tools and trainings to professionals working in the field. And fourth, to raise awareness generally among the public about the issue of bullying, and through this awareness, empower children and young people, as well as parents, teachers, on how to tackle bullying. So these are the overall goals of the network. The network today has 20 member organizations from 13 European countries. So this is a lot more than those that were in the founding, in 2014, the founding members of the network. These are the different countries. It just occurred to me that I missed one, North Macedonia. So the countries are Bosnia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Lithuania, North Macedonia, Romania, Spain, and the UK. These are the members of the organization. Members include mainly civil society organizations, but we also are open. We have different membership categories. We're open also to state authorities, public authorities, as well as schools. So I'm happy to say that among these 20 members, we have one state authority, and you will hear in this panel on their work from Nastia Stefano. It's the Observatory for School Violence and Bullying of Cyprus under the Ministry of Education. And we also have one school, Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή, a private school here in Athens, whose representatives are with us here today, and you will hear from them later on today. We also have honorary members, personalities, individuals that are well respected and distinguished in the field. And one of them was Professor Daniel Veyes, who passed away. And we have Professor Peter Smith, who you will hear later on in the conference agenda from the UK. He will speak to us as well. As in most networks, members participate in the General Assembly, and they also elect the Board of Directors. You heard this morning from the President that yesterday we elected the new Board of Directors that has 7 members, and it has a secretariat. This secretariat is hosted by the Smile of the Child here in Greece, and that is why it is me working at the Smile who also coordinates the European Anti-Bullying Network. Now, I'll present here briefly the actions of the network. So what has this network done in 10 years of its existence? First of all, it produces strategic documents. So strategy, proposed strategies, policies, recommendations to policymakers, stakeholders on how to prevent and tackle bullying. We have a very key document, the EAN strategy position paper. We have the European Guide of Anti-Bullying Good Practices. We have a more recent policy paper, and we also have an even more recent policy document called Support for Policy Reform, which was specifically produced in the context of a funded project, and you will hear about this project later on. So in these documents, we as a network outline what our position is and what we call for, what we ask decision makers to take into consideration. I cannot possibly mention all these recommendations now. The key points, however, are that these following elements that you see here in bullets are key considerations of policymakers and lawmakers in all countries and at the European level. These are that you need a policy framework, legislative regulations and circulars. So you need the legal institutional framework in place to tackle this phenomenon. Any policy strategies, action plans, policy decisions need to consider cultural sensitivities, specifications, particularly in multicultural settings. All policies, actions, strategies need to have a human rights education approach and consider peace values. So these go hand in hand with preventing and tackling bullying. Conflict management and peaceful resolution strategies like mediation also go hand in hand with preventing and tackling bullying. The whole school approach and the whole community approach, which you heard earlier from Dr. Psifidou, and you will hear about when you hear about the SAFER project, which was on the whole school and community approach, is key, meaning that all parties involved, all stakeholders, both in the formal educational context, but also the informal of the greater community, all need to be in tune, cooperate, coordinate in preventing and tackling bullying. Manuals and guidelines are extremely important for actors, for teachers, for parents, for students on how to address the issues. Research is very important, and any policy, strategy, action plan needs to be based on scientific research, data, information that is collected. Evaluation and follow-up is key in any policy, for any strategy. You don't just do it one time and let it go. It's constant. It's important to constantly revise it and evaluate it and update it. It is extremely important to have databases. We heard yesterday evening from our colleague in Cyprus how Cyprus, they have a lot of best practices, as we are discovering, is going to begin collecting and setting up a database of good practices in the field. Networking, so the cooperation and the partnership among all actors, and of course dissemination, both targeted and general. It's very important to constantly raise awareness and flag the issue in the broader public's mind, but also in the target groups. So strategic documents is one key action. Another action is participating in funded projects. So the European Anti-Bullying Network has participated in a few projects as a partner. The first one was the one that actually created it back in 2013, 2014. We then participated in a project. I've indicated in the parentheses, you can see the funding source, an Erasmus Plus project, which was called the Anti-Bullying Certification Project, the ABC project. Most recently, we participated in the SAFER project that you will hear about from my colleague. And right now, currently, we're participating in a big consortium with many partners from different European countries in a project also funded by the European Commission that's focusing on hate speech and digital activism to counter hate speech. So in all these projects, we participate as a network, and we're mainly called in as a network. So we're not an actor working in a specific country in the field. We are a network bringing together the members from different countries. So as a network, when we participate in projects, we mainly focus on advocacy, dissemination, communication. So as a network, how we can best showcase and disseminate what comes out of projects. Raising awareness is another key action that we have focused in through the years. We once lobbied and took very strong actions to press for institutionalizing an EU Day Against Bullying, and we succeeded in having a resolution from the European Parliament on this day. It hasn't been institutionalized, but it was a step in that direction, and we did this with the help of a Greek member of Parliament. We participated in the production of a documentary. It's called the Bullying Diaries TV documentary. It's a documentary available in 8 languages and an important tool that at Smile of the Child here in Greece we use to raise awareness in the school community, but all partners and actors are free to use this. It's an important tool to raise awareness on the issue. And we also took part in 2017 in a campaign that was, let's say, created and proposed by an advertising company in Berlin that was about targeted national and EU-wide campaigns to mobilize students, parents, and teachers in Greece and beyond under the umbrella, under the slogan of Speak Up Now on anti-bullying network issues. The network also organizes conferences with a break during the years of COVID that we didn't organize these conferences. This is a list of some of the conferences that we have held. 10 years ago, we started in Athens. We also came back in 2018 in Athens, and we're now in Athens. But we also had conferences in Brussels, in Valletta, in Malta, and in Città di Castello in Italy that our colleagues in Villa Montesca hosted, while also in 2021, in the context of COVID, we decided it was the year that Professor Oveas passed away, and we decided to organize a series of online events. It was 3 online events dedicated to his memory, and it was a very important series that included very important academics and experts who talked about different issues and aspects around bullying. And the anti-bullying certification, which my colleague Ioana mentioned just a few minutes ago, I think is I don't want to say the most important, but it's certainly a very important deliverable of the network that we're very proud to have created. And I'll just take a few words just to say a little bit about it, because later on today you will hear about it also from the first school in Greece that piloted this, and also the consulting company, the certification company with whom we did this, Mark. So what is this? This is a full-fledged management system that is available to any school, public, private, in any country across Europe where we have our members. So it's a pan-European system for schools, but also for informal educative organizations, sports associations, musical associations, cultural, etc. It's a program, a full-fledged program that does what? We have produced a standard, so a very important document. We as EAN, as European Anti-Bullying Network, together with a certification company, Eurocert, we produced a document, a standard, which outlines the entire system that a school or any informal structure needs to have in order to address incidents of bullying. As Ioana said, this does not mean that a school doesn't have incidents, or if they do this process and they get the certification, that's it, they're done with bullying. All it means is that they're well prepared and they have a system in place to quickly and effectively manage the incidents. We did this, as I said, hand in hand with a certification company. So the European Anti-Bullying Network, pulling its expertise from the different countries, contributed scientifically to the standard, and a certification company, Eurocert, contributed in the aspect of certification, because you need a certification company to actually give you a mark. And we jointly produced this document. We announced it a couple of years ago. It's available for any school or informal structure to do it, to go through it. And we were very happy to have the first school here in Greece, in Athens, Doukas school, private school in Athens, receive the mark, the first school to receive the mark. So they addressed us, we enforced it, and we gave them the mark. This has a 3-year horizon, where annually a school is audited, let's say, and improves its processes. And this school, they will tell you more at the end of the day at the closing panel, confirmed how important this process was. And we're speaking about a school that already had a lot of actions and things in place, but they had to do even more and adjust it even more in order to meet the standard and effectively manage the incidents. So we encourage anyone who's interested in this to reach out to us. I personally, my colleagues from EAN, my colleague who will come later from Eurocert, are available to answer to questions. I can share the document, the standard document, with anyone who's interested in seeing it, because a school can first review it and judge if they're ready to go through this process or if they have to make adjustments. Thank you very much for your attention. These were the main highlights from the European Anti-Bullying Network. And now I will call, mostly, with one exception, members of the European Anti-Bullying Network, who will present additional best practices that in their country or through projects, etc. So first, I will call to the floor Ms. Maria Rita Bracchini. She's the Vice President of the European Anti-Bullying Network, and together with Mr. Fabrizio Boldrini, Director of the Foundation Villa Montesca in Italy, will speak about the SAFER project. And I will help you here with opening the presentation for you. And then, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Piggy. Thank you, Smile of the Child, for this invitation, to the EAN, for having organized this celebration, very important for me. And as a member, as a Villa Montesca Foundation, I am here to represent this organization. I would also take the opportunity to say thank you to Maria Rita Bracchini, that represents Villa Montesca in the network, but is a vice president. She's vice president of the network, and she's really committed in this fight against bullying. And I would like to introduce this SAFER project, trying to give you some points about the project. What we know, as you see, we have different evaluation, definitions, points of view, documents that try to define bullying, this phenomenon. But what is a bit frustrating is that if you, for instance, think about fight against cancer, we had some results. So probably 20 years ago, we had a big problem. Now we have a problem. Still is a big problem, but we can feel that now the doctors, the hospitals are more able to help us than in the past. We feel, and it was the first motivational project, that we can not affirm the same. Unfortunately, after 10 years of the network and 40 years of the projects against bullying, the phenomenon is not decreasing, it's the opposite, it's increasing. So as people involved in this procedures, we have to ask ourselves some questions. And so how is it possible that we are not able to decrease the phenomenon, to face the phenomenon better than years ago. There are many reasons. The quick changes in our social life, probably, the possibility to have a more open communication of facts, of situations, different reasons. But we still are a bit worried about the results we got. We have to, probably, is our idea, to start back from the analysis of the pedagogists, because in our opinion, prevention, not just fight against bullying, prevention of bullying is something that is really strictly connected to the education. Sometimes we define school violence. We have to think about this definition, school violence. I asked ChatGPT how in percentage, how much time I spent in school in my life. And ChatGPT answered kindly, consider that probably you will die at 83. Thank you, ChatGPT, for this information. You will have, at the end of your life, spend 3% of your life in schools. So, okay, it's a really great time, a big amount of time we spent in school. I will die at 83, so I will speak for myself. I don't know when you can ask to ChatGPT if you like to know. But it's just the professional version, not the free one. But we have to also ask if education is just related to school. And we know, according to the analysis of the most relevant pedagogists, that education is not just a school situation, a school task, because education of a child starts from his inner moment, even before the birth, and then is involving a lot of situation. And so probably if we would like to start having an effective strategy against bullying, we have to go like the doctors that try to cure cancer, to analyze the origins of this phenomenon. Like the doctors analyze the process that involve the cells, how they transform and before becoming dangerous. So we have to do more and deeply this. And what is what we really can do, and what we try to do, analyzing some contribution of pedagogists, is that we have to probably ask ourselves if our life is possible, to consider our life as a community life, and considering that our children are involved in different educative situations with educator. The problem is that most of these educators are not aware to be educators. Just to make an example, sport trainers, they are aware of their pedagogical impact in the athletes. I'm not sure, not all. And as Maria Montessori, you know, I don't know if you don't know, but I underline that Maria Montessori, we have this Montessori inspiration because Maria Montessori wrote this seminal book, The Method of the Experimental Pedagogy in Villa Montesca, in Città di Castello, where we are. So we have a long origin based on the Maria Montessori approach. And Maria Montessori said that it was really important from the very beginning of education to give the possibility to the children to explore the world. And so probably if you, it's very famous the example of the floor. We have to let the children free to touch the floor. and removing the obstacles in order to give them the possibility to explore the floor, the new world they are experimenting and living in. And these social obstacles should be removed, and probably the perpetrators are children that in the past have no adults or educators able to remove their obstacles. And so we have probably to see with new eyes also the perpetrators, because it's simple to go to the punishing systems. If you commit bad acts, you have you committed crime, so you will be punished. There is an American writer, Adelson, that describe crime and punishment, Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment. Say it's a very important book. I would like to say something about. He wrote. It's a story of a man that kills an old lady and spends 100 pages to feel ashamed. So it's, I think, what probably we have to reflect about it. Committing a crime, to be a perpetrator, is a social problem, not just a matter of criminal codes, but it's a social problem that involves all of us as educators. And for this reason, together with Ian, we try to promote a new approach. So please don't consider now we have a new approach, the problem is solved, Villa Montesca has arrived and everything is good now. That's not this is our approach. But the really effort we try to make is to involve in the effort of educating the students in schools, all the people that are involved in education that are not part of their school time. And so we think to this approach, this is a transformation of an American pedagogic system that we call a whole school approach program. In the term whole, you can find the idea of involving not just the teachers, not just the parents, but all the educative actors that the students and the children find in their way to the adulthood. Please, Margarita.
I just would like to tell you more about the SAFER project. Is an Erasmus Key Action 3 project forward-looking, so we are looking forward. We try to do something that is not yet done. And starting from the whole school and community approach, we try to pass from a standardized definition of bullying to specific definition of bullying. Bullying is not the same in different environments, in different schools, and even in different classes from the same school. And so we tried within this project to better understand the meaning of bullying by the students themselves. And then we tried to, instead of define prevention and intervention programs, we created through the project a flexible prevention intervention program. What does it mean to be flexible? It means that it's possible to create a sort of framework from where, starting from the needs of each class, of each situation, take what is really needed in order to educate and to work with the students in the and create also a strategy for bullying prevention. And in the SAFER project, the community was not meant as a supportive organization, but
the community is meant as educating community. So not only health, social services, but mainly, as Fabrizio said before, not formal and informal educators that are very relevant for our children and for their growth. And then we pass from the general approach based on the promotion of values and social and civic competencies in school to a detailed and more specific educative strategy focused on situation linked to the real life of the context of each school. So we start from the definition of the methodology and a model, then we create the tools for teachers and students and also parents in the community. We made a sort of pre-testing, and then we made an evaluation in order to draw some lesson learned that, as Piggy said before, were also at the basis of policy recommendation. The first part was the analysis of the best practices, because we started from what already was being done, and we examined 21 practices from nine countries. And from those practices, starting from the overall framework, we brought some other elements to our war school and community approach framework: the role of the parents and the community, the role of the school climate and well-being as strategic element, the developing of a peer approach culture, the need of continuous teachers training, friends as protective factors, and students as key stakeholders in the bullying prevention. Then, because we said, okay, we have to move starting from the real situation in each school, in each classes, we work through scenario-based questionnaire, through which we analyze the climate in the class and also the risk in case bullying is not yet inside the classroom, that it can happen because of certain behaviors or certain way of seeing the friendship and so on. Then we built the framework. The safer was based on social and civic competencies, promotion of common positive and democratic values, knowledge, ownership, and exercise of the fundamental rights, because we are convinced that being bullied means also to not have the right to be free, of course, which is one of the most important children's rights. And we saw all these elements from different lens, intercultural lens, social and civil lens, human rights lens, and global citizenship lens. On the basis of the framework, we created several materials that you can use, of course. Then I will give you the details. A teacher manuals containing lesson plans and 33 exercises that we call the learning experiences more than exercise. These learning experiences are split into pedagogical topics that are linked to the framework as well, like bullying seen from the student's eyes, identity in the community, social and civil competencies in bullying prevention, teaching rights and value, how to teach students to communicate and solve conflict, empathy, management and life skills, and how to speak and provoke discussion about bullying. Of course, we also provide the student handbook and the guide for parents and members of the communities, and the students also use the platform called Student Voice, so that they had also the opportunity to share their experience during the piloting phase. We trained the trainers, and during the project lifetime we had 24 schools and 228 teachers participating in the program. But as we stated yesterday, the program is still continuing even if the project is over since last end of March. Then we had piloting and testing in 77 classes with 1,716 students and 509 involved parents, and also members of the communities like sport trainers, like churches, like, for instance, social clubs or cultural association, all the places where our children lives and stays after school. And at the end, what Ian did in this project, Ian has been a sort of a privileged observer. Ian followed all the process from the very beginning, the research phase, till the evaluation of the training of the piloting with the school, and draw some lessons and transform such kind of lessons in policy recommendation. And yesterday, during our board, we decided to move forward and to present such kind of recommendation based on reality, based on real experimentations to our members, to the members, so to some members of the European Parliament, of the participating, of the members of the network. And if you would like to help us and to give us more voice, please don't hesitate to contact the IAN network. And at the end, we celebrate, of course, the success of the project through an international conference and some conferences, at least one conference in each of the participating countries. And we must say that also political representatives took part in these final events and also during the project. And more about SAFER you can learn in the SAFER website, and here you can see the address and the Facebook and the Instagram pages, and of course lot of newsletter that we produced during the project lifetime and that are at your disposal, together with the guide for teacher, parents, member of the community and students that you can download from the project website. Of course, we worked for them, and if we can't protect our children, then of course we have failed as a society.
Before leaving, I would like to underline that the test that were produced is certified test produced by Giunti Psychometric, that is an Italian company specialized in psychometric tests, validated by University of Florence. Is a test very easy to deliver, that will analyze the possibility that in a certain community and in a class will have to have a bullying situation, analyze the potential origins at the statistical level in order to give to the educators the possibility to intervene in time. So it's a very good tool for preventing, and it's very simple to deliver. So what I suggest is to ask to Ian, because there are a possibility to use this test for free. And so I suggest is to promote this tool. And of course, the manuals, very interesting that Margarita coordinated. at your complete disposal for free in different languages, and so you can use in your school and your families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Rita and Fabrizio. Now I would like to call to the floor another Italian colleague, a member, Michele Riondino, is head of the Children's Rights Study Center at the Telefono Azzurro Foundation in Italy, another member of the European Anti-Bullying Network. And Professor Riondino is also a lecturer in international children's rights at the John Cabot University in Rome. So I give you the floor. I'll open the PowerPoint for you.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and can you hear me, everyone? So thanks a lot, and I would like to start first of all like in congratulating for this 10 years, so happy birthday for this anniversary. And so Kalimera Agapiti Sinedelphi, that's it. I don't know anything more, and so don't worry about the translators. It would not be like a difficult like speech, because I would try to speak in English and not to say anything more in Greek, even if I studied ancient Greek in the school, but I don't know like anybody anymore. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate like this invitation. So at the beginning, I would like to start with like a simple consideration. Like if you read this like flyer, there is this word like prevent, and we will see like during this like little speech how important is the prevention, particularly also according to the update of the Italian legislation that was promulgated like some months ago. Like recently in May 2024, we had the update of the Italian legislation regarding the bullyism and the cyberbullyism. So as Pihi said, I'm here on behalf of my foundation, that is Telefono Azzurro, and that as you can see, Telefono Azzurro was established in 1987 by a psychiatric Professor Caffo with the other colleagues from Bologna universities and other universities in Italy. And Telefono Azzurro was the first organization in Italy to create like a hotline that was dedicated just to listen and to help children that they were experiencing distress. And it is very important because, as we know, 2 years after, so in 1989, as everyone knows, was promulgated a Convention on the Rights of the Child by the United Nations. And in that convention, among like other principles that they are very important, there is the principle that every child deserves and has the right that we have to listen every child. And this is like the main point. Like when Telefono Azzurro was established, this was the main purpose. To help, to listen was an hotline. The privacy, the confidentiality, they were very, very important since the first operations and since the beginning of Telefono Azzurro. After that, was not only like the fact that you were able to call an hotline that they were like helping you, but also they provided to children a lot of advice. They provided like help, like practical help, but also psychological and juridical help, because a lot of cases they were like cases of distress, of trauma, and also of exploitation, both sexual exploitation and psychological exploitation. exploitations. And so the well-being and the welfare of every single child was the base when Telefono Azzurro was established almost 40 years ago. And during the time Telefono Azzurro, as you can see in this slide, like basically a summary is like support for children, adolescents and families. Then also Telefono Azzurro started since a long time to prepare and to provide school programs, because as I said at the beginning, the prevention is the most important part of any kind of social and political action. But if you do not have prevention within and inside the school, there is no reasons to go ahead, because the first space where the prevention started, and particularly the prevention also related to bullyism, is the school, in some way more than a family, and I will try to explain the reason. Then, of course, like the Safer Internet Center, the Digital Citizenship and Children in Prison project are part of the commitment and of the operations of Telefono Azzurro. And then the study center where I am based as head of the Children's Rights Study Center. Because, as I said, Telefono Azzurro, when started, we can say in some way that born inside the universities, because a lot of knowledges like psychological, juridical, psychiatric, sociological, pedagogical knowledge, they gather together to provide assistance, help and studies also related to children's rights and child development. As Piggy said at the beginning in the explanation, we are part, not only Telefono Azzurro, but of an international network. Why? Because if we do not fight and if we do not put all the energy together in, I would say, and I would dream in the future more than a European network, something like more international. Because to protect and to prevent bullyism, cyberbullyism, and any kind of exploitation, we do not have to think only looking inside our border. There is no reason. And also because even the legislation, I'm thinking about the international legislations, think about the Lanzarote Convention that is preventing a lot about exploitation, sexual exploitation, particularly online, is clearly states since the beginning that cooperation, collaboration, transparencies between states all around the world are fundamental to prevent and to fight against this exploitation. So, as you can see, the network we have in Hope, Ian, Missing Children, and so on, as a part of the ICMEC, the NECMEC, the Eurochild, and since a long time ago. So now I would like to share with you just some key points, because unfortunately we do not have time to speak a lot, regarding the new Italian legislation and some best practice to prevent and to fight, to combat against bullyism. So, in Italy, the first legislation regarding bullyism was promulgated in 2017, and then was updated, as you can see in the slide, very recently, the Law 70 that was promulgated last May, so 5 months ago, basically. So we have a definition of bullyism and a kind of cyberbullyism, and there is one thing that is very important. As you can see, since the beginning of this law, there is one expression that for us is very important and help us to better understand how we can help with best practices. Because in the legislation, it's underlined how the repetition, like several aggressive behavior, not just one, that I'm not like, I don't want to justify like not even one, but the point is that the stress that the child lives because is under several pressures, like several behaviors that they are negative for his or her development. And also there is an explanation nowadays very clear about physical, verbal, and social exclusion that before was almost absent. We had some reference, but it was not very clear like now. There is also a clear reference about cyberbullying. That's why, like the name of the legislation is bullyism and cyberbullying. And then also it states in the legislation that the school has the primary role to prevent through the education. So this is the second point that I would like to underline with you. Because according to the Italian legislation, also like every school, they have to provide every school like a safer place with the establishment of a committee of experts. Now, we know that like in every government, like then they have to calculate and they have to see like about the budget and the money. But it is important that in the law, it's written clearly that everything starts from the school education and the training and the fact that in any kind of school, no matter if it's primary, middle or high school or secondary, is totally unacceptable, not even a small attitude to exclude someone, because this can be potentially also the real problem and become and take the form of bullyism, or in the media or according to the digital form, cyberbullyism. Then there is another point that is very important in the Italian legislation, and this is very similar for what we can find in the Lanzarote Convention, particularly in the preamble, but here they speak about collaboration and cooperation between schools, local authorities, and any kind of associations or organizations that they are dealing or they are working daily with the children. What does it mean? It means that the education and the training is not only to train the new generation, but also the training is for the employees or the people that they are working daily with children. I have to know what can harm, because you know, like my background, I'm a lawyer, so it's not like very easy for me always to understand like the psychological dimension and what I have to take care, particularly like with of course, like my connection is more with students in the university, is not like with children, but the fact that the training is something that is present in the new legislation for teachers, for everyone that is working daily with the children, and people that they have responsibilities in sports associations, religious associations, confessional associations, and so on. And also another thing that is important is like the commitment of the civil society in helping the prevention of bullyism and cyberbullyism. Because as my friend Irene said at the beginning, the number is shocking. I mean, Telefono Azzurro is dealing in Italy also with more national response, national, but we have also requests from people that they are not children, that they are not Italian. So the number of requests is increasing locally, like in Italy, but also the European. I was listening very, very carefully about the recent data released by UNESCO, so that 1 in 4 are potentially victims of some kind or some forms of bullying, and in some situations, in some countries, even higher. What we can say as a Telefono Azzurro is that particularly during the COVID, the period of the pandemic, and also after that, the number is constantly increasing, and also not only the number, but the request from from children or young boys and young girls to be listened and say, I have this problem, what is this? Because some of them, they ask help in the sense that they cannot understand by themselves what was happening or what is happening, but they know that there is something wrong. And usually the first place, the first place of the first person can be like the mother of the father or the father, but the lot of time is the teacher. The relation when there is something wrong, also because unfortunately a lot of cases of bullying happen inside the school. So the person is the teacher, or is someone that is inside the institution. So. And then also the Ministry of Education, according to the legislation, has to establish, like they call, a table of experts from different background for the implementation of the law and the implementation of the legislation. So why? The reason is that as a very famous philosopher, thinker, and jurist from the 19th century, Oliver Holmes, said, the theory is the most important part of the dogma of the law. And this is true. Theory is the most important part in every kind of norm, in every kind of legislation. But then there is the implementation, and you have to put in practice. So that's why, like now, at this stage, it's very important to put into practice like what is provided by the law. And again, cooperation, collaboration, transparencies, and prevention. That's why, like, I started this like a little conversation with the idea of prevention, and also like our two very young speakers at the beginning. I was really positively impressed about the power and about how they said that it's important to do something today, not tomorrow. So I think that also, like, this network is very important. Once again, like, thank you very, very much for the invitation. And I do not want that this is only a celebration, but we have to celebrate looking ahead, looking into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Michele. And while I call to the stand Nastia Stefanu, who is an officer and teacher trainer at the Cyprus Observatory on School Violence of the Pedagogical Institute of the Ministry of Education, Sports and Youth of Cyprus to present. As I'm preparing her PowerPoint, just to mention, since Michele referred to the helplines, that Both Telefono Azzurro and the Smile of the Child participate in the Child Helpline International Network, which is a network of all the helplines around the world. And actually the 2023 report, which presents the data coming from the different helplines, showed that the number one reason for children calling under the category of violence, calling the helplines, is bullying and school violence. So it's a very high number across Europe, across the helplines in Europe. Nasia, come and I'll open your PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Kalimera se όλους.
Good morning to all of you. We are very happy to find ourselves in Greece.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the European Bullying Network and the Smile of the Child for the wonderful hospitality. It is an honor for me, after being a school counselor for 30 years, to be here today to represent the Cyprus Observatory on School Violence of Pedagogical Institute of Cyprus. In the next few minutes, I will try to briefly go through the main areas of the observatory and, by extension, the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth of Cyprus is focusing on, aiming to empower the teachers to face the ever-increasing challenges related to school violence. This is an outline of the areas I will attempt to present. I will begin by explaining the role of COSV, the observatory, as one of the departments of the ministry dealing with school violence. Then I will briefly mention the latest actions taken by the Ministry of Education of Cyprus to tackle the increasing incidence of violence and delinquency at schools. At the Cyprus Observatory on School Violence, according to our terms of reference, we focus on these 5 main areas that you can see now on the screen, and I will go through one by one. Teachers' training is the most important mission we have. As observatory, as it was mentioned before, is a part of the Cyprus Pedagogical Institute, which is the official carrier for teachers in service training of the Ministry of Education in Cyprus. Our main mission is to offer support to the school staff and strengthen its management teams so that it becomes capable to recognize incidents first of violence and delinquency and to be able to manage them properly following the policies of the ministry, which will be explained shortly after. While we recognize that violence and delinquency are social concerns that extend beyond the school environment, we must underline the importance of the school's role in addressing these issues, which is why efforts are made to provide training to teachers as often as possible in a variety of ways. And as you see, we offer school programs, presentations, we have a school-based seminars, and we also have the opportunity to train all the newly promoted to management position teachers. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay. On your screen now, you can see the new national strategy on preventing and addressing the school violence and its 5 pillars. This is a very important role that the observatory carries, is the implementation of the national strategy and the cooperation and the coordination of its action. It was only a few weeks ago, after a scrutinizing procedure, that a new strategy is put forward and has been approved by the Council of Ministers. As you can see, the 5 basic pillars that the action plan of the new strategy is based on. The aim of the new national strategy is to prevent and address the phenomenon of school violence and delinquency through fostering a safe school climate which promotes a culture of inclusion and cultivation of social skills. The adoption of the holistic approach, as it was one of the main points raised in SAFER project, will ensure the empowerment and active participation of all stakeholders in preventing and dealing with incidents of violence in school. All the previous speakers have mentioned that it's very important, the holistic approach. I also have to mention that very recently, for 3 consecutive years, we carried out a pan-Cyprian survey to try to measure the phenomenon of violence at Cyprus schools. This happened with a collaboration with the University of Cyprus, aiming to find out the levels of school violence in Cyprus. One of the most important findings of this survey was that well-informed and sensitized teachers contribute to significantly lower rates of violence and delinquency. Drawing on research results, the ministry is moving forward with specific measures already incorporated in the national strategy I mentioned before. And I heard before that in Greece, the Smile of the Child mentioned that 1 in 3 children mentioned that they get bullied. In Cyprus, it was 1 in 5, so it's very similar. One of the results of the survey showed. One of the good practices that we follow, and we find it that is very nice, especially for the children and the school, is that every year we take proud to be cooperating with the Ministry of Justice and Public Order and announce a competition aiming to empowering schools in cultivation specific values and in increasing protective factors. At the same time, the competition provides the opportunity to highlight the remarkable work done in schools and to inspire other schools to find solutions to the problems they face. We also believe that these kinds of social opportunities to get out of the schools, because the schools make remarkable work, but also in the social media and on the news, we only hear when bad things happen at schools. So we believe that it's time for us to find ways to show what remarkable work is done in schools, instead of just showing difficult situations that happen in schools some days. Also, we consider the development of synergies with various European and international bodies of high importance. Based on this, the Observatory participates as a partner in various European projects, such as SAFER, which was presented before, and is an active, proud member of the European Anti-Bullying Network. I was very glad to hear that Italy also updated their legislation recently, which sounds very similar to the registration that we had just came into force in August 1st, 2024. It might also be, in addition to defining the different forms of violence, very clearly the law defines different kinds of violence that happens in school. The law also recognizes at the same time that the school violence should be addressed as a multifactional phenomenon that requires the participation of all competent structures and services of the state to prevent and deal with it. The law states that all kinds of bullying is a systemical problem. It's not the problem of the child being bullied or for the child that is bullying other children. It's a systemic problem that it negatively affects the school climate and the school community. The new legislation makes clear that initiatives against school violence should be integrated into school culture and policies, ensuring that they become everyday practices rather than temporary measures. It is also important to mention that with the new legislation, each school has the obligation to plan specific actions related to violence and delinquency in the context of the improvement plan of the school, which will be evaluated on a regular basis. This will the evaluation will be carried out by the school inspectors. Research shows that effectively policies and interventions, as it was mentioned before, need to be monitored, and in order to address these complex issues of school violence. Our compass as an observatory and the core of all our teachers' trainings that we offer remains the anti-bullying policy of the ministry, which is in effect since 2016 and was scientifically updated in 2020. The policy applies to all levels of education and has been communicated through a circular titled as Prevention and Management of School Bullying. The Cyprus Ministry of Education recognizes that bullying is one of the most serious forms of school violence that takes place within the school framework and implements diligently the policy aimed specifically at prevention and intervention of the bullying incidents. We also adopt the no blaming approach, and within the circular, we offer the same help to the child that bullies as the attention that the child that gets bullied gets the attention. So the no blame approach is adopted by this policy. It's also very important to mention that these measures include strengthening school support systems, the capacity of the school management team to identify and document bullying incidents using an online platform. We think it's very important for all the teachers at schools to be able to recognize the different kinds of school violence and to use the bullying word only when it applies to bullying. We are trying to help them recognize that they cannot name all kinds of violence that's happening in school as bullying. When you use this word, it must be a very serious incident of bullying that should have the 4 characteristics of bullying: repetition and the intention to hurt. So this is very important for us. A platform is also currently being created where incidents of all kinds of school violence will be recorded so that the ministry will be able to make informed decisions. This integrated approach aims to create an environment where reporting of violence and delinquency is encouraged, because we find out that a lot of schools do not register the violence incidents because they think this should not is not nice for their school to be heard, that they face school violence in their school. Concluding, we believe there is a need for continuous evaluation and adjustment of policies to improve the school climate. Regular collection of data on the prevalence of school violence, recording of incidences, and surveys among students to collect information on trends and areas for improvement is very crucial on developing and updating the policies. Equally important is to highlight the need for ongoing training and awareness programs for students, teachers, parents, and the community to maintain vigilance against school violence. Our goal is to continue forming alliances with community organizations, educational institutions, and local authorities to strengthen efforts against violence, harnessing, and the benefits of sharing resources, expertise, and best practices. I will finish with an African proverb that says that the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. We all are responsible not to let any child to feel the cold. Thank you.
That was a very nice saying to close with. Thank you, Nasia, for your presentation. And now I'm going to call to the stand our last speaker in this session, Miri Mayer, Project Officer on the United Against Bullying program of the Anti-Bullying Alliance of the UK. Not a member yet of the European Anti-Bullying Network, but hopefully soon. So let me open your presentation. There you go.
Is there a presenter here? Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here. It's a great honor to be here and to speak here. As Piggy said, my name is Miriam Meyer, and I'm the project officer at the Anti-Bullying Alliance. We're based in England, and I'm here to talk about our United Against Bullying program. So what was this program and why was it so effective? So first of all, I'd like to give you an overview of this program. So that was a whole school program, anti-bullying program that was funded by the Department for Education in England, and it was offered for free to schools around England. It ran from 2021 until March 2024, and the aim of the program was to establish United Against Bullying schools, and those schools evidenced their work to reduce bullying and improve well-being of all pupils, with a particular focus on at-risk groups, so such as pupils with special educational needs and disabilities, those receiving free school meals, and other groups such as care-experienced young people or young carers. Unfortunately, research tells us that these groups are more likely to experience bullying than their peers. So all the schools that were participating in the program had access to a few things. First of them being a variety of certified CPD training on anti-bullying. And those were both self-guided courses and live sessions. Some of those were delivered in person, some of those were delivered on Zoom. Then we also had an online hub, and that hub included a 360-degree audit and action plan tool, which I will explain a little bit more in a moment. And that tool enabled schools to audit their anti-bullying practice against a whole school approach, and then provide them with an action plan to take forward. Schools could also make use of our online questionnaire, and this questionnaire was developed with input from the Anna Freud Children's Center and Goldsmiths University. And the questionnaire asked questions to determine bullying levels, well-being levels, and pupils' feelings about school and their school experience. And then the online questionnaire would analyze results for schools so they could see if there were groups of pupils more at risk of bullying. And finally, our online hub also held a wealth of resources, tools, and case studies from participating schools to support schools in implementing their action plan across the year. So, as the program ran over for 3 years, from 2021 to 2024, schools could take part in one academic year, although some schools took part in 2 or even all 3 years of the program. So each year, schools would work through 3 steps of the program, which you can see here on the screen. So step 1 was to plan. So this was completing the audit, baseline audit, and the baseline pupil questionnaire about bullying and well-being levels, and also to identify any areas of anti-bullying practice that needed development and the school was interested in focusing on. And then from the audit, schools created their action plan for step 2, do. This is the really important part where they would start implementing change using the training that we provided, using the tools, resources to help them do so. And then finally, they will come to step 3 towards the end of the academic year. And step 3 was review. And this was a chance to repeat the audit that they did in the first step and collect pupil questionnaire responses for a second time, and to analyze the impact of the changes that they did through their action plan. And celebrate achievements, and also identify any areas that they are still developing and needed further work as they moved forward on their anti-bullying journey. At the end of each year, schools would send us their submissions, and we would send them to Goldsmiths University for analysis, and they would review and decide on either bronze, silver, or gold United Against Bullying awards, depending on the school efforts and achievements against our award criteria. And there were schools who took part but didn't receive an award, and they were given a certificate of participation. So I've mentioned the audit tool. So I want to quickly zoom in and highlight the 7 areas, 7 sections that schools audited their anti-bullying practice against. So the first one was school leadership. And that's things like, do you have an anti-bullying lead in the school? Do you have a link governor for anti-bullying? Do you monitor attendance for signs of bullying? The second section was school policy, and it includes things like having an up-to-date policy with input from the school community. What do you need to include in the school policy? How do you make sure that the school policy is easy to understand and available to all? Number 3 was data collection and evidence. Asking schools questions about how do they collect data about what bullying is happening at the school right now, how do they use the data that they've collected for the prevention or response approach. 4 was prevention, and these are questions asking the school to think about the school curriculum, about anti-bullying week, their values and the ethos of the school, and anything that will contribute to the prevention of bullying. 5 was responding and intervention. So what does the school do when bullying happens? How do they respond? What interventions are in place? What else can be developed? 6 was staff training and development. Do staff understand what bullying is and isn't? Do they know about effective anti-bullying practice? And the final section was at-risk groups. And that was a chance to focus on the at-risk groups that I've mentioned, but also any other at-risk groups that are more at risk of being bullied, and reflect on whether those groups are more likely to experience bullying in that specific school, and also what can they do to prevent and to respond effectively. So as you can imagine, we are very proud of the program, and we have results that we're very proud of. And I wanted to share a little taster with you of some of the brilliant things that the United Against Bullying program have achieved. So as part of the final step review, the third step, schools were asked also to upload evidence and example of the work that have been undertaken as part of the program. And we've asked for case studies to illustrate the work. And over the 3 years of the program, we've collected hundreds of fantastic case studies from schools. And I picked up just a couple of examples kind of to show what schools have done as part of the United Against Bullying program. So the first one is about monitoring pupil absence for indication of bullying. So one United Against Bullying school told us how they saw an opportunity to help students who didn't feel that they were able to attend school due to the actions of others, and they wanted to provide support and restorative actions to allow them to feel safe and valued. So what the school did, they updated policies and codes were changed within the absent processes in the school. So if bullying was flagged as the reason for absence, the attendance officer then sends this to the anti-bullying lead, to the head of year and to the anti-bullying coordinator. And then contact is being made with home to open communication on what has occurred, and a process is then set in motion towards the end goal of that particular student returning to school. These changes have created a positive impact on the school and found that simply by changing the absence policy to identify students being bullied, it allowed them a more in-depth investigation and structure being put into place to accommodate and to support all students. And the second case study is about having an anti-bullying lead within the school, so to ensure the consistency of action in all matters about conflict resolution and anti-bullying practice. So that particular school created a parent-carer anti-bullying support, and the support created a booklet to encourage understanding of anti-bullying, and in that booklet the role of an anti-bullying lead was clearly highlighted, and they had whole staff anti-bullying training and encouraged phase leaders and tutors to speak with the anti-bullying lead about reported cases of bullying. So what that meant was that staff had a dedicated anti-bullying lead to go to about reported cases of bullying. This created consistency. They had clear guidance, clear support across the school on what was to happen if bullying has occurred. And also parent carers felt supported and they felt that their reports are being taken seriously. And as part of the submission, the school highlighted the importance of having a senior leadership team who are supportive and flexible so that this work is as effective as possible. So for example, the leaders in that school are doing all they can to ensure that staff have the required time and space for meetings and phone calls with parents or group meetings with pupils. And you can see on the right here on the screen a few direct quotes from other United Against Bullying schools. So what did this program find? So through our audits and from our post-CPD training reports, we've learned that all schools reported considerable improvement in all areas of anti-bullying practice and policies. We also found that CPD training was positively received, both online and face-to-face, with knowledge somewhat or greatly increasing as a result. From our pupil questionnaires, we found that secondary schools saw the highest levels of bullying and infant schools saw the lowest. Pupils with special educational needs and disabilities and those in receipt of free school meals are more likely to report being bullied and bullying others. And male pupils are more likely to report bullying others than females. And what did the program achieve? So first of all, levels of bullying. So throughout the course of the program, levels of bullying reduced for United Against Bullying program schools from baseline to final. And this was particularly the case for pupils with special educational needs and disabilities and those in receipt of free school meals. And when it came to school experience and well-being, those scores have improved for all pupils overall. But again, it was particularly true for pupils with special educational needs and disabilities in silver and gold scoring schools, as well as those receiving free school meals at gold schools. And overall, pupil well-being increased for United Against Bullying schools, however, less so for pupils who reported frequently bullying others. So what's next? These are really encouraging findings about the implementation of the program and general reduction in victimization and bullying and improvement in pupil well-being. Going forward, and based on the findings of the program, our three focus areas are online bullying, which has been mentioned here quite a few times, further support for secondary and other schools which are still showing higher levels of bullying comparing to primary schools, and also working with pupils who bully others who are still reporting very low well-being scores. that was just a sample of the findings, and I would be very happy to share with you a link to our summary report, as well as the full Goldsmiths University report, and they are both on our United Against Bullying website and our Anti-Bullying Alliance website, which you can see on the screen here. We're very, very proud of this program and feel very grateful to share these findings with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Miri. We are inspired, and I hope all of you are inspired, because the purpose today is for all of you, mainly schools, to hear about good examples, good practices, and ideas you can take to implement better policies. So this brings us, I'm very proud and I must say surprised to say exactly precisely on time. It's 12:30. I think this is a first. And we have now a 30-minute break. And I would like to ask all of you to punctually return back here in 30 minutes so that we can continue with our next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. On time. I would like to ask the panelists of the next session to come up to the stage. I don't know you all. I see some of you, I think that's you, okay. And I'm going to do my best to pronounce your names correctly. So you are?
I'm the Icelandic person.
Here, oh.
Yes, yes.
Sigtrúdur.
Yes, perfect.
Sigtrúdur Gudmundsdóttir.
Well,
okay. Okay.
Yeah. Ingun.
You're Ingun. Shesol, okay.
Hi.
Hello.
We're Louise and Signe from Sweden.
How do you pronounce it?
Signe.
Signe. You, I know. Okay. So thank you, everybody. We're starting almost on time. So we're now entering the session on the international experience for prevention strategies against bullying and youth violence among peers. So we have a very distinguished panel here of 5 presenters. So first, I will call to the stage Ms. Sigtrúdur Gudmundsdóttir, Project Manager at the National Commission of the Icelandic Police, and she will speak about examples of prevention against youth violence in Iceland. So I will open your presentation. Yep. Oh, it's not showing here.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
Hi, Kalimera. I thought it should be Kalispera this time, but someone told me it isn't lunch yet, so I'm sticking with the Kalimera. Yes, my name is Sigtrúdur. I'm really impressed by the way you pronounce it. Usually people can't, but in Greece people have this word sound, so often you manage to. I'm going to tell you some things about the work of the police in Iceland when it comes to prevention. First, a little bit about Iceland. This is what it looks like now. Except that this morning they had a huge snowstorm. So if I will miss my plane tomorrow, it will probably not be by accident. I think I will stay. Also, I'm going to use this photo for making excuses for my really informal way of dressing. I thought we would all be wearing summer clothes because this is a summer for me, but obviously we are not all doing so. Some basic facts about Iceland. People tend to think that Iceland is a very small island with very few people living there. And while this is partly true, it is not the whole story. Certainly the population is small. About a year ago, we celebrated what we thought was the fact that we had reached 400,000 inhabitants in the island. We celebrated until it turned out that the National Statistics Office had also included everyone who had moved abroad in the recent years. So when those people were subtracted, we fell down to 380,000 people. We were quite sad about that. But Iceland is not a small country, though. It's about 80% of Greece, for example. And if you would rank all European countries according to the size, Iceland would be roughly in the middle. So a large country with a small population, it means that people are quite spread out. About 70% of the population lives in the in the capital area, while the rest is scattered along the coast all the way around the country. Nobody lives in the middle of the country, though. So you see On the map, you can see Iceland, but also you can see the police districts. I would like to show you and point out, but then you won't be able to hear me, I think. So I'm doing something like that, like a person who's doing a weather forecast. So a small country with, the police in Iceland. We have a national commissioner of police, which is where I work, and the national commissioner reports directly to the Minister of Justice. Under the national commissioner, we have 9 district police chiefs, and the police districts you can see on the map. Some of the police districts cover large areas with very few inhabitants, which makes everything that is on a national police level somewhat complicated, since the circumstances between the districts vary enormously. I'm going to focus on the role of the police in prevention, particularly in preventing violence and other antisocial behavior among young people. Generally, it has often been thought that the role of the police in prevention is primarily about catching those who break the law and prosecuting them. The preventive value of this lies in 2 ways. On the one hand, in catching the offender, with the hope that they will learn from the experience and do not re-offend. And on the other hand, it serves as a hindrance or an obstacle. If the police do their job well, it can discourage people from committing crimes. However, it is much more fun and also, I think, much more effective to engage in prevention at an earlier stage by contributing to the creation of a society where people do not commit crimes in the first place, or that people see other possibilities of doing things than committing crimes. This aspect of prevention was incorporated into Icelandic law through amendments of the Police Act in 2021, where they added the provision to reduce crime and prevent acts that disturb the security of citizens and the state. And there it says, as you see, the police shall, as necessary, cooperate mutually with other authorities, institutions, NGOs, and private parties. It also said the police and partners are permitted to exchange information, including personal data. And then it says, in particular, the police shall cooperate with the social, health, and education authorities on preventions as warranted and as circumstances allow, and inform these parties of matters that require their intervention. So by these laws, the role of the police in prevention was further formalized in the following year, in 2022, with the enactment of the Law of the Prosperity of Children, which I will briefly touch upon later. So based on this legislation, a prevention department was established within the Office of the National Commissioner of the Police. It is the smallest department. It has only 2 employees, me and my boss, and I only work half time. But on the other hand, I'm a really tall person, so I take up a lot of space. So it's a small department, but it is a testament to the fact that the police are both willing and capable of engaging in prevention in various levels. I will now briefly outline 3 key projects that have been implemented on a national scale after the implementation of this law. These are, I can see them here, something we call Öruggara Ísland, or Safer Iceland, which is a cross-sectoral cooperation in each of the 9 police districts. I will tell you a little bit more about that later. That is community police officers or social policing, and then the role of service provider, the role of the police as a service provider in the law of the prosperity of children. I wish I could talk about the prosperity of children law all day, because it's, I think, the best thing that has happened to children in Iceland. And if I could bring you one thing from Iceland as a present, I would bring you the prosperity law, but a little bit more about them later. Oops. Yeah. this is a social game I tend to play in all my presentations. Just, yeah. Can someone help me with this? It's obviously not my fault, but it's a technical problem. Yeah, this just happened. It just happened? Yes.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. I fixed it, don't worry. First, some things about Öruggar Ísland, or the safer regions. It is building, you remember the map I showed you before with the different police regions. So now each of the regions is working together. Building a cross-sectoral cooperation on crime and prevention. It does integrate services across police, children's services and social services, health, and district commissioners. But it's in each district, it is led by the police. It is an obligation for mutual cooperation between key actors, including whom I mentioned before, the police and others that have to do with people in general. It does focus on violence and the safety of the citizens and the safety and the feeling of being safe. And especially it does focus on gender-based violence and violence against children. It is building on a not very original thought, the fact that we know that we work best if we work together. Unfortunately, we have a rather long tradition of working together with cross-sectoral projects in Iceland. First one in this matter is a project called Together Against Violence, which was led by one police officer or many years ago, and taking the first steps into cooperating the work of the police to the social service and child protection when the police had to enter a home because of violence. It is also building on the Barnahús conception, the Family Justice Center, or generally this thought that it's best to work together. Oh, yeah. Now this happened. I think I can fix it.
You're gesturing too much.
Yeah. Now I'm going to stand here. Just reach out to the microphone. So what we get from the cross-sectoral cooperation, we get proximity and understanding, where different professions are first forced to work together on different projects and to learn, so to speak, each other language. Mutual efforts, since the group starts by analyzing different statistics on the situation in their district and agree on an action plan. It gives us early intervention, whereas people communicate. Not everyone sees the red flag in a family or a school in the beginning. Sometimes it's the police who sees the first red flag. Sometimes it's the teacher or the school nurse. And throughout the communication, the group can act on the red flags earlier. We gain trust since people share both experiences and interest, and also engagement since the director of each stakeholder has signed an agreement and given his people, in a way, the permission to work on the project. It gives us sustainability since the action plan is revised every 6 months, and what has already been done is precedent for all participants. I'm going to show you just one photo from where the people in Suðurnes, which is a very small region in Iceland, signed the Safer Suðurnes, or Öruggari Suðurnes. I love this picture because it reminds me of the Last Supper, except of course for all the women. But this is a group that has done a lot of things the year since they signed this agreement. They have opened up a new family justice center. They have formulated a group that is working specially with incidents of violence highly related to racism in the region. So we have already seen some improvements in the society. Something about the community police officers or the social policing. They are usually young people themselves, and their major role is building trust in the police among children and young people. Their work involves educating children and young people about various things, such as what it means to become legally responsible for their actions, and what is cyberviolence, for example. They focus on getting to know the children, especially those that live in challenging situations, and also to listen to the concern of those who work with children and are also the most familiar with the situation and the first ones to see the red flags. These officers interact with children of all ages, from preschoolers to young adults in their early 20s. And then the last one, the role of the police in the prosperity legislation. And it's a bit dangerous when I start talking about the prosperity legislation, because I tend to get like really enthusiastic about it and talk a lot, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to tell you that this is a holistic approach to children and their lives. I think it's the best thing that has happened to children in Iceland for like decades, or maybe ever, because it forces kind of everyone who works with children in any way to interact and take a part in a project that aims at the prosperity of children. And I also think that that is the best way of securing a safer future, to ensure that children have safe and happy childhood. And if that is not possible, to ensure that they have comparatively safe and happy childhood, at least they do not have a crappy one. I think that's the best prevention there is. The law put an increasing importance of cross-sectoral cooperation among all professionals that work with children, including the police. The legislation on prosperity of children defines police as a service provider to children. The community police officers are important in this job. The law focuses on prevention and education among young people, and do pay particular attention to individuals with risk of family violence. And that again gives the police an increased importance, since the police is often the first to know about violence in families, and now they can share that information to others that are in contact to the child. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to call to the floor Ms. Ingun Skesol, Head of Health and Community Participation Division and Associate Professor, Faculty of Nursing and Health Sciences of Nord University in Norway. She will speak about prevention of youth crime in the Norwegian context.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting us to take part of this project, the Prevent project, and for allowing us to be part of co-creating the project, because this has been really interesting and given us a lot of new ideas and thoughts. I want to a bit closer. Okay. So I want to tell you a little bit about how we work with prevention initiatives in Norway. And of course, there are a lot of programs, specific initiatives that are put in place, but that will not be the focus of this presentation. It will be a presentation that talks about how prevention initiatives are embedded in instead of added on the service system. Norway. Long country, thin country, not that many people. 5.5 million people, so that's about a small population, but a big area. So we have a lot of rural areas. 15 counties is divided, Norway is divided into, and 357 municipalities. And the municipalities have a lot of autonomy in Norway. And the most of the prevention initiatives lie on municipal level. That means that the variation across the country on what we do to prevent violence and bullying in Norway is huge. And just to give you a little picture of the variance of the municipalities, Utsira is the smallest one. Am I still too far away? I'm usually loud. Okay, thank you. Utsira is the smallest one, has 215 people living in it. Oslo is the biggest one with more than 700,000. And these municipalities are to deliver the same level of services at the same standard. When it comes to health services, these are the ones that primarily work on prevention in Norway. It's the GPs, the general practitioners, that all inhabitants in a municipality is entitled to have your own doctor. And we have health centers from 0 to 5. They work with maternity care and all the way up to children start at schools. They work with their parents and with the kids. They do vaccinations, screening, conversations about addiction, violence, everything. School health services are embedded into the schools, and they work with the same kind of topics. They have the same professionals connected to them, but they are embedded into the schools. So you can find a school nurse down the hall in the school. Youth health centers are kind of an addition to this. It's not that strongly connected to the schools, and that is also because some children aren't in schools, and sometimes the children don't want to talk about their whole life inside of a school. Sometimes they want to be seen as an individual that is not dependent on the school setting. And they work with the holistic perspective of health, but also with a special emphasis on sexual health and prevention of pregnancy and those kind of things. Our education system starts at 1 year usually. You can start kindergarten before 1 year, but most kids start around 1 year. And from 1 to 5 years, every child in Norway is entitled to a place in kindergarten. Primary school starts from 6, lower secondary from 13, and up to 16. Up to 16 years old, every child has to go to school, so it's a right and an obligation. However, upper secondary school is also a right. You don't have to, but you are entitled to upper secondary education in Norway, and most children attend. Not all, but most. I want to say something about the legislation, because that's been a focus here today, right? Where is it? Where does it sit? And with both the health system and the school system, it is connected to the municipality. The municipality is to provide these services. And they are supposed to provide them with a holistic picture of health and well-being as an embedded part of providing school and education. And there's a specific clause in the law that we call Clause 12 that has specific rules about what do we do if the school environment isn't good enough. And that is it's a right on an individual level. That means that if you're not happy at school, you can report, your parents can report, the teacher can report, the janitor can report, everyone, every adult in the school environment has an obligation to speak out if they see something, and the school have to act. And it has to be documented what they do. So this is a very strong right, but as any initiative, any legislation, it's very much dependent on the professionals that are enacting it and the knowledge of the people that do this. So the principles focused on these issues will influence the level of the actions that are put into place. We also have an elaborate child welfare service, and this is mainly based on municipal level. It is run on the best interest of the child, so anything they do has to be led by the best interest of the child. They provide advice, guidance, but also investigation. If there's someone that thinks that something is wrong in a family, you have to investigate. And the child should be heard, and the parents should be heard, and others that might have information. And they have to document this very clearly. Most of the support is given by guidance and in the home. Most of the child welfare services do not place a child out of the home. However, the way it's understood by a lot of people is that they are the ones that take children away. And this is a challenge in getting into position of helping if people are scared of you. On a regional level, are all the decisions, if we choose to place a child out of the home, the decision has to be made on a regional level. So you have to write really clear case, there has to be an extra investigation, and then the child might be placed in foster care temporarily or a youth institution temporarily. It is never for life or for your whole childhood initially. There's a tribunal to assess these cases, and it's also a function on regional level to make sure that the quality on municipal level is good enough. This is, of course, because it's very intrusive. We go into people's homes and ask questions about how do you care for your child, what is happening here, what is actually true. Also want to say something about our police service, because they started new policy in 2021, changing their focus from punishment and control and trying to work more on prevention. And one of the really good things they did in that was to say prevention is an area that we have to work with specifically and holistically. So everyone needs to work on prevention, but we can't just say everyone, because if we say everyone has to, then no one does it, kind of. So that's the risk. So they also have a special division that works specifically on that, and it's a little bit bigger than 1.5 Icelandic women. It's also a bigger country. Every municipality also, following this strategy, has an SLT contact, and that means that the municipality has a special contact with the police focusing on addiction and violence issues around youth. So there's a specific emphasis on that. And this model just shows the different things they work on: dialogue and trust, knowledge and competence, leadership and management, interaction and collaboration. And the collaboration is really important here. We've been working partly through this project and partly through other projects with the police as a collaborator. And what they emphasize is their job is to make you feel safe. That's the most important thing they can do. They cannot fix all the things around social issues. There are other people that they need to collaborate with that do that well. But they have to work on trust, and they have to support communities so that people feel safe. That's the best way to prevent crime. Also, just want to mention that one of the things they emphasize is that they don't carry weapons. Norwegian police don't carry weapons. If it's a high-risk situation, they might have weapons in their car, but it's locked down. And if they go into a school, if there's been a situation at the school, for instance, they would never come in with a gun on them. And that's also a signal of showing, I'm here to help, I'm here to support. They don't try to escalate the situation. Family centers is just one example. I'm just showing you a couple of examples of that show this way of doing it inside the services. So the family centers are a way of supporting children and families holistically. So we pull all these different public services in together. And in Norway, a lot of the services that work with children and families and schools and education, everything is public services. Almost nothing is the voluntary sector or NGOs in Norway. And you can see the house has 3 storage, so everyone comes in on the first storage, come to the health centers, come to the checkup with the children, maternity care, all of that. And they can also come to these drop-in kindergarten centers where they come with their child and they play together, and then they meet professionals. If they need help, they can walk up the stories. And this is actually inspired from Sweden and has now spread around all the Nordic countries. Co-creating inclusive networks, children and parents, the Together project is a very different project, works in schools. And what we did there was that we took something that was already well established. We have parent meetings in Norwegian schools. Every semester there's a parent meeting and you bring all the parents together. And these meetings, they have been going for years and years, but if you talk to people and say, was it useful to go to the parent meeting? Everyone says, it wasn't very interesting. It's mostly information about things. And every parent meeting has a section where they talk about the clause 12, how to ensure that children are having a safe environment at school. However, what we did in this project was to start to talk about what does it mean? What is my role in it? How do we engage with parents in a way that they actually take a part in creating a safe environment for children? So it's a very different thing. And the teachers find parent meetings really difficult because they're trained to do teaching for children. They're not trained to work with parents. So working with this project, we made a digital platform for the teachers to help them draw the kids and the parents in. So the children helps define what is important for adults to talk about, and they also get a loop back after the meetings where the children are informed what did your parents, what did the teachers come up with, what are their contribution to ensuring that you're safe and happy at school. It's a very interesting project. I could talk about it for ages, but I'll move on. Another really interesting example of how we work with prevention work in Norway is the outreach work in the biggest cities in Norway. There are teams that work directly with youth, and these are often the youth that are marginalized. They fall out of activities, school, they start crime behavior, drug addiction, other types of things. And what they do is three different things. They work on outreach, which means they're out there where the children are, at schools, on the streets, in basement of parking garages, in places where challenges occur, and they talk to them. They don't police. That's the police job. They engage with them, they talk with them, they try to understand, and they also report up. So they write reports to the politicians, to the managers about what do they see, what are the trends, what is happening. They also follow up. Some of the youth need more awareness and more follow-up than what they can provide when they just walk around and have the general conversations. And then they have follow-up and they lead them to other parts of the system. Part of what is challenges is that often services in the original system, the traditional services, they are not as used to talking to children with this great challenges. So it's a bit difficult to give them up the line. They should kind of lead them up the house, if there was a house, but the stairs aren't that good yet. So that's part of what we're working on. And also, I talked about this mapping. The documentation is really, really important. Writing up what they see as the challenges, communicating what youth are struggling with, what the underlying conditions are, is really a big part of what they do. And this is a project that I've been working with Kristen, who's here with me. And we're soon publishing on it, I think. We're writing it up this week. Reactivate is Kristen's project, and I'm just thank you for borrowing it to me today. It's an example of how we work with vocational rehabilitation, and it's worked through the national system of supporting people to get back to work or into education. And the focus is not to train them to work. The focus is to create art, and through that, these youth gain capacity. They understand more about how they, what they're capable of, the sense of belonging, feeling that they have value, attending a meaningful activity. And these things create a sense of being able to do things that they carry on with them their whole life. So it's interesting how we can work with young people and actually seeing their potential and not letting it stop us, that they might have quite big challenges when they come in the door. And some of them carry their challenges with them their whole life. They might have mental health issues that they never kind of fully recover from the medical way of talking about recovery. But if they find a way to live with it, then it might not be such a big problem in your life. So, last slide, promise. Prevention of youth crime in the Norwegian context is highly embedded in the services, in the system. It runs on trust. We need to use time to establish trust trust is established to respecting youth and respecting other professionals that have other roles in the system than you, and a high level of collaboration. You need to collaborate with the people that need support and with colleagues or people in other services or the voluntary sector or the local community or the parents, so that we together can get one step further. Thank you.
I think jealous is the least I can say when we hear about this, speaking from the perspective of our country. Thank you very much. We now have two speakers for the next presentation. They're from Uppsala, Sweden. So we have Signe Nilsson and Louise Niska. They both come from the Youth Center of Municipality of Uppsala in Sweden. Let me open it. Okay.
Okay. Is this? Yeah, this is great. I'm using a handheld mic today because I'm used to walking around when I speak, but I'm going to try to stay still today. But I'm Lois. My name is Louise, but everyone calls me Lois, and I'm a social worker in school in Uppsala Municipality.
And my name is Signe. I'm a coordinator at the same unit that Louis works at. So we're both social workers. I just want to start by giving you a frame of reference of who we are and what we do for work as social workers. The social services in Uppsala is separated into two different parts when it comes to working with young children and youths. There is the part that gets information and makes decisions about what type of help a family needs. That's not the part that we work with. We work with the more operational part, and we are preventive social services.
Yeah, so we have to say we got a great introduction from Norway, because we are going to talk about exactly that, but we work on the floor, so.
Yeah.
Yes, so Uppsala Ungdomsjour, we aim to identify children and young at-risk people to be involved in crimes or social issues or drugs. And I work at the lower levels, so I work with children in the ages of 10 to 11, so it might be kind of hard to say criminality or social issues or drugs, but it's preventive work. So we also, in our unit, offer support and mediation to children and to parents or legal guardians. And we together in our teams, we coordinate preventative actions in association with other social actors. So Signe is going to tell you a little bit more about which social actors we work with.
Yes, so what is SSPF? It's an abbreviation for social services, schools, police, and free time activity centers or leisure time activity centers. It's a difficult word to translate, but in Swedish we call it fritidsgård. It's basically where youths hang out in between school and sports activities or such things. SSPF collaboration, it's a collaborational model that our unit coordinate within the municipality, and it's the base of our preventive social work and how we can identify these at-youth or at-risk youths and the behaviors and so on and so forth. I was going to say violence in schools is one of the at-risk behaviors. There's, of course, a lot more that we can identify and work with, but for the purpose of the theme today, that's what this presentation will be focusing on. And so the whole SSPF network, it works differently in different municipalities, but in Uppsala, we meet every 2 weeks to talk about local issues, what is going on in the municipality, questions that are relevant for youths or trends that we see amongst youths, and talk about how we can work about these trends together within the SSPF network. This type of collaborational model also gives us a common insight and a common frame of thinking or frame of mind to different risk behaviors. They're amongst school violence.
Yeah, and I can just add that we have the SSPF collaborations for the older kids, the teens, and we have specific groups for younger children.
Yeah.
As we can see, different kind of trends and so on.
Different risk behaviors, different, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is mine. So we see violence as a risk factor, obviously, and that is something that can debut quite early. We see in the schools today that we have these fights for fun, that we starts at arguments, and then the children tend to be violent towards each other, and then they escalate and can turn into crimes. And the school obviously works with this, but this is also a priority area for us, like social workers in school, to identify these children. We do see a lot of threats on social media. We have dirty posting about other children or other youths, and that can also turn into violence in the school as a reaction to this, obviously. And sadly, very common verbal violations against other youths or their parents or families that can also turn into physical violence as a way of
retaliate?
Yeah, retaliate, thank you. We see violence every day in schools, just in variations, and it's a part of the children's everyday school life, and that's why it's so important for us to be there early to recognize these individuals who probably doesn't want to fight, but they do this because of other reasons or because of the retaliation. So that's a huge focus for us.
So how do we work preventively? One of the things we do is class visits in schools. Thanks to our SSPF collaboration, we work very closely with all the schools in Uppsala municipality. And do you want to talk about the class visits, since you do them more than I do?
Since I'm a social worker in school, one of my duties is to hold like workshops or lessons, and that could be about values, it could be about what is above the law, and how can I control myself in these kinds of situations. We want to create positive role models, so as long as the longer time you work in like my kind of area, you can also see your positive role models grow up, and then you can use them in your work with the younger children. And we also, of course, speak to the children about the normalization of violence and what violence can lead to, and try to help the children to manage their anger or sadness or other feelings.
We also have a method called SSPF individual meetings. It's where the adults in the SSPF networks, the police, the social services, us, the adults who are around the kids at their free time, when they see risk behaviors and get worried and feel that we need to do something, we need to act on this, we can call to an SSPF individual meeting where all these adults around the child, where there is worry about, can gather at one meeting and talk about what are we worried about, what works and what can we work together with that actually is good, and what needs to happen together. So it's a really good example of how so many different parts of the society around the kid, the adults who are worried, can sit down together with the kid and with the family and discuss this openly. So that's one method. We also have a meeting form called nödstopp, which means emergency stop. It's kind of similar to SSPF individual meetings, but it's more when adults see a group of kids where there's a lot of worry, there's a lot of risk behaviors, could be violence in school, could be narcotics, could be anything really. We can gather the parents of these children and the school, the whole SSPF network, to talk about this is what we see within this group and what do we do together, and to kind of place the worry where it belongs, with the families, with the parents, so that they have all the information that everyone else has too, and so that we can connect them together and also work together as a whole. Speaking of parental contact, we work a lot with consent, where the parents of a child consent to the confidentiality being dissolved between the SSPF partners. So, for example, if we see a youth or a child out a lot and we know that we have to work with them and the parent consents to it, we can talk to the police about this child. You know, what do you see? What do we see? What do we need to do? Same with the social services that make the decisions. We can have an open conversation in regards to the issues. Like Lois mentioned, we also offer mediation and counseling at our unit. In Sweden, you are legally not obligated. Man har rätt till, vad säger man?
No, you're legally, the municipality is legally obligated.
The municipality is legally obligated to offer mediation if you have committed a crime. Mediation that we offer, it doesn't necessarily always have to be a reported crime. It could also be mediation in schools after, for example, school violence or bullying or any type of behavior like that. It usually has a very positive effect. We also offer counseling if you have committed a crime, if you've seen a crime, or if you have been a victim of a crime.
And can I just clarify that when we talk about these SSPF individual meetings, we do have established a difference between the teenagers and the children, because we have to assess the children of age that they are not being to be harmed by being a part of this kind of meeting. So in that case, I, as a social worker in school, would like to do an interview with the child, bring their voice into the meeting, and then afterwards I will speak to the child again and tell them what happened in the meeting, what did everyone say.
And I think just to clarify the different ages that we're talking about, when we call it SSPF and SSPF Junior. The junior part is kids aged 10 to 12, and the older part is 13 to 18, basically. We just quickly want to touch upon one of the mediation methods that we use and are educated in at our unit. It's called DPC, Dialogue for Peaceful Change. I believe it's originally an Irish mediation method. Yes, thank you. So 16 of us at Uppsala Ungdomsjour, Louise and I being two of them, have gone this course to learn how to mediate within the frame of DPC. And a colleague of ours who actually is a mediator at Uppsala Ungdomsjour is working currently with one particular school. It's a pilot project that she's doing. And she's formed it through DPC. She does class visits, talks to children who are, what would they be, 14, I believe, about mediation, conflict, what happens when a conflict arises, what can I do, what are different conflict forms, and also just informing these kids about emotions and what happens to us when we have a lot of emotions or emotions that we can't control, and why does that happen. So yeah, that's basically it. We just have a slide for contact details if anyone would like to get in touch with us after today. We also just want to thank you for inviting us today, and it's been really nice to hear everyone talk about this, and we recognize different parts from many different countries, so that's very exciting to see. And if you have any questions or thoughts or just want to talk to us about SSPF, just catch us later, and we'd love to chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we have a pretty tight program, I'm organizing and urging everyone to try to maybe stick to the time as best you can, because we have another session following after this one. But thank you for the very interesting, best, or should I say ideal practices that you have in your countries. So the last speaker in this session comes from Slovenia. So it's Blaž Lenarčič, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Senior Research Associate, Science and Research Center Koper, Government of the Republic of Slovenia. And he will speak about establishing school counseling desks in Slovenian schools to combat violence and related challenges. So, what did I do? Okay.
Hello, everyone. First, congrats to organizers for the 10th anniversary and also for such an interesting event. I also thank you for opportunity so I can present the practice which helps us detect and solving violence-based problems among children, primary school children in our country. I will begin with a little bit of history, not so distant one. Back in 2002, we became a part of the consortium of the Reboot Now project, international project, which was financed by the European Commission. And the goal of this project was to support the recovery of children after the post-COVID period, because we all know that there were certain vulnerable groups, and children were among those who had a lot of psychological issues regarding pandemic. And this was the main task, but also we focused on the in detecting all forms of violence among those children. So we chose 2 schools in which this project was piloted. One was in a capital and one was in a more rural area in the municipality where our institute is based. Our target group were children between 9 or 10 and 15 years old, school staff and parents. The aim was to set up a help desk which would be run by external professionals, psychologists, and they will be available to children for 8 hours per week for different topics of conversations. We managed to implement this help desk. We also had accompanying activities such as workshops and events with the purpose to raise awareness about the mental health issues and violence among children. Our biggest concern was related to, I don't know how to put this into words, stigma or fear or being ashamed of visiting psychologists, which is very present among children in our country. So we decided that we have to think about how to enter the school, how to present this to children. So we organize workshops for each classroom, where these workshops were run by these 3 professionals who were running help desk, and the aim was to get to know children with mental health issues, then with the violence, and to get to know this help desk and to get to know those professionals. This was very good and very successful, but the second thing was how to convince children to attend, to go to this help desk. So we ask school psychologists that they send children who already have recognized issues regarding behavior or, I don't know, mental health and things like that. So these children were sent to the help desk, and then after 2 or 3 weeks, the word of mouth started to spread among them, because we all know that the best recommendation is from someone who you know or is your friend. So this was very successful, because at the end of the day, I think there was 2 weeks period of waiting for the appointment at this help desk. I forgot also to mention that this project was child-centered. By this I mean that we organized and established a youth advisory board consisting of 4 children aged between 15 and 20 years old, and we consulted them for every activity we wanted to implement in school, because, you know, in a lot of cases it happens that we as adults think what is the best for child, but as it turns out, in our case at least, this was very different perspective of the children, so they helped us to improve all those activities. Here are some results from those two schools, piloting schools. Both schools are the same size. This means that 300 children is attending those schools. As you can see, between the period from November 2022 and June 2023, there were like 191 children. How can I say? Not the individual children, but appointments, in which were included some children who were frequent users, some children who came only once, and in the other school there were 114. We didn't have any data about the violence or frequency of violence in schools before we entered them. We just had the conversations with the school staff. But when we got the results, at the end of our piloting, we saw that the main thing, because of this thing came children to seek help to those professionals, were different forms of violence. Only a lower amount of children or share of children came because of the psychological or mental health issues or some other kind of not violence-related issues. As I said before, we didn't have any data, prior data, preliminary data from schools regarding violence, but after those conversations, after the piloting, school staff said that the climate of the schools changed. It became more positive. There were not many incidents regarding violence and things like that. So they approach us and ask us if there is any chance to prolong this activity. But as we all know, when the project ends, the financing stops, so we are at the beginning. But we approach municipality in one case, where our institute is located, that municipality. We also present the project to the ombudsman, human rights ombudsman in Slovenia, which he found it very interesting and needed. So we organized so-called lobbying meetings with the municipality, ombudsman, school principals, and one center, which is established by the municipality, intended for psychological help to children. These meetings were very successful, which turned out that municipality was willing to finance the project for the year 2024 and now also 2025. We are not involved anymore in this activity, this practice. That psychological center took over, and they spread this help desk also to other schools. Now it's implemented in it was implemented in 24 in 7 schools, but with the September, with new school year, 4 other schools were added. And now they are also negotiating they are in conversation with the secondary school, so the practice will start to spread also among older children. So far, I have some results. Help desk is not available anymore for 8 hours per week, but it's from 2 to 5 hours, depends on school. Still is external staff. This also our young advisory board suggested us to bring external staff instead of some principals. They have an idea that if one teacher, I don't know, maybe of geography, if he has a lack of hours, he can go for an hour or 2 in this help desk and talk with children. But we are not very fond of this. The most common problems are still violence, all kinds of violence. And also, this help desk was improved. This practice was improved in a way that when these professionals, these psychologists, they find out that in one classroom is I don't know, major issue is some kind of maybe a certain kind of violence, they implement a workshop with this classroom, with all these children on this topic. So, you know, that things are also solving in that way. And the climate of the class is improving. So this is all from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have any further questions, I'm available during the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blas. So I want to thank all the panelists of this session for their very interesting presentations and sharing these amazing good practices that inspire all of us, I'm sure. So now I want to kindly ask you to step down and ask the speakers of the next session. We have one more session until we break for our lunch. So the next session is focusing on looking ahead and what the new challenges are in the upcoming decade. So I want to call, you all know who you are, so I'll introduce you when you speak. So the first speaker is Professor Paul Downs. He is a professor of psychology of education, director of the Educational Disadvantaged Centre, Institute of Education of Dublin City University in Ireland, and he's also affiliate professor at the University of Malta, the Centre for Resilience and Socio-Emotional Health. And he will speak to us about bullying and aggression. So, here you go.
Thanks, cheers. The great invisibility of space for inclusive systems needs to be challenged. It struck me very much when you see the name of the organisation, the history of the smile of the child, how important it is not only to be preventing children from crying their tears, but also to promote spaces where children can smile and thrive and flourish. So that has to be a central complement to the work we're looking at today. So I will hone in on some spatial aspects as part of what we're calling now a spatial turn that we're hoping to see develop in education in the next decade. The other key theme of my presentation is that of differentiation, so that there is no one school bullying problem or aggression problem. There are many different dimensions. So in other words, it is a behaviour, and underlying every behaviour are a range of emotions. So for example, if you were to walk into the city centre today, all of you will be doing the same behaviour, but the motivations behind why you'll be going to the city centre could change very much. So we need to see the differentiation there within our solutions and as well as within our spaces and spaces of belonging. So space matters. So here we need to break up the idea that comes from Descartes that space is empty and meaningless and a non-entity. So this idea then creates the idea that that the school is just one empty, homogeneous space, whereas of course it's not, particularly from the experience of children. So we need to see how we break up our school into micro spaces, different spaces beyond just the classroom, where children can feel they belong, they can thrive. These spaces may be nurture rooms, they may be spaces of silence, they could be school gardens. We obviously have, sports facilities and spaces, therapeutic spaces. So we're creating a multi-spatial dimension for inclusion here. So our recent work with our centre has looked also at agency, children's agency in these spaces, and our Routledge International Handbook on Equity and Inclusion in Education also highlights that our very concepts, such as inclusion, marginalisation, exclusion, these are all fundamentally spatial in their understandings. And they're not simply mere metaphors. I was very struck by the words of the students earlier today when they talked about bridges and walls and how we need to have, and these are very much, again, spatial terms. So space is not just a physical issue, it's a relational space issue. And these are not simply metaphors, because a walled-based space in relational space terms is a space of hierarchy, a space where students are powerless, where students are not being able to articulate their needs and their connections with others. So we really need to drill down into these two key concepts of bridging spaces, to see space as a system of relationships, in system terms. So we talk about inclusive systems, that this is a relational space concept. So we need to challenge the neutralization of this concept in our thinking for the future. So key priorities for systemic approaches, and as I say, spatial systemic approaches here, and differentiation. And we're looking at reconfiguring issues in schools, families, and communities. So of course here again, even just touching on the spatial strategy again, what are our systems like for spaces for play for our 9 to 12-year-olds in your local areas or municipalities or cities? What are the spaces for play for our teenagers? Okay, we maybe have good playgrounds in many countries for 0 to 6-year-olds, but where are the spaces for human flourishing, both in the communities and in the schools? Do we have a spatial strategy for these spaces for children to enjoy themselves? So part of the argument here is that bullying is a failure of human happiness. And if you have happy children who are thriving, they don't necessarily need to be aggressive. Now, that's with the caveat of trauma, which I will come on to in a few minutes. So how do we develop those aspects? So part of my work has been also to do a report for the European Commission in 2016, where we reviewed international research on school bullying, aggression, and also practice across member states, including seeing the gaps in their strategies. So some of the ideas here then, fed into European policy on that, and some reflections are also to show where there are gaps, at least in some countries and in research. So I'm delighted today to see the emphasis on family support services in the Scandinavian models, in the Swedish and Norwegian models. This is such a vital aspect of family support. Much of the international research on school bullying neglects family support. So that's not just the same as engagement in school of parents. It's not just simply school engagement. It's also the key idea that parents' communication and parenting strategies need to be worked at, so that you have emotionally healthy communicative practices by parents from a very early age with their children. So how we build in parenting programs, communication spaces at a family level, this is a key dimension. Because make no mistake, when you look at the research evidence internationally, Larrea et al., looking at 70 studies, they found that both victims and bully victims are more likely to be exposed to negative parenting behaviour, including abuse, neglect and maladaptive parenting. So frankly, school bullying strategies and wider national strategies that do not address the issue of parental supports to change the climate of a culture of violence that may be in the home, relational violence, that these are learned at home in many ways for at least some groups within bullying, and so we really need to address that. Also, Sarander's well-known studies sees how bully victims in particular, they're the highest risk group, would tend to come from family issues, again, pre-existing conduct, behaviour and emotional problems. So the family support aspect is something outside the scope of schools to engage, so we need that bridge. And I see again in the presentations in the last session the wonderful bridges now between health, education and social services. When we asked countries around Europe of this type of collaboration in 2014, there was a European Commission Eurodice report. I asked them to put this question in: what is the tradition of collaboration between health, education and social services? Very many ministries pointed out that there was not a strong tradition of collaboration. We see that change now in the examples given earlier in Sweden, Norway and in Slovenia also. So, and again, okay, at this point I won't go into it in as much detail, but there are studies that are often somewhat neglected in some of the bullying research literature that focuses very much just on the school and school bullying, that there is evidence there from Cross et al.'s work in Australia in particular, showing how active parental involvement in engaging with with their children, with the schools, has a big impact, has an additional impact beyond what the school can do. So we do need to engage our parents as agents in this process. So going back to this point then of differentiation, in recent years, I think the European Commission has also recognised that this public health model of need requires implementation for a strategic system review for school bullying and violence. So in other words, you have to be clear on what level of a system you are trying to bring your intervention into play with. So are you taking a universal approach, all the school, a whole school approach? Yes, that's great, but one element. Are you having a promotion of strengths aspect? I've emphasised the spaces feature that may come within that. The selective prevention are then for group-based approaches, generally not ones that put all the highest needs children all together, but you have other kinds of group-based activities for more moderate risk, but you do need the indicated prevention of individual intensive supports for those with chronic needs, with entrenched psychological trauma and difficulties. And as the Slovenian colleagues just were talking about, that individual one-to-one counselling aspect is really vital there. So I make no apologies for emphasising what is now regarded in developmental psychology as a truism, that there are certain childhood experiences that are detrimental to people's well-being. Their experience of trauma and adverse childhood experiences, I've listed them here. Our own report for the Commission argues that bullying needs to be added in here. And the argument, going back to the developmental psychologist Rutter on this, is that it's not simply having one of these, but when you have a cumulative amount of these, then you are into huge difficulties. These are entrenched problems, and no teacher can be a therapist. Okay, teacher can have a mental health promotion role, a stress prevention role, but you do need to recognise at what level the system is operating, and that means knocking the heads together of the different ministries. For the other spatial concept that was actually implicit in the Norwegian presentation of a one-stop shop, co-location of services in one place, not fragmented services scattered everywhere, in one place where students feel at ease, families feel at ease, you put it in one place, and you have that as a commonality there. So you see the list of these, domestic violence, substance abuse and family, emotional or physical neglect. The British Journal of Psychiatry 2012 stated that emotional neglect was the most pernicious impact on later outcomes. Mental illness and family, loss of parent through divorce, death or abandonment, physical abuse, emotional abuse, a family member in prison, consistent poverty, experience of suicide, childhood homelessness, placed in state care, and then bullying in school. So all of these interplay in. So if you're looking at the entrenched bullying perpetrator, one of the first questions you have to ask is, why is that child on fire? Why are they externalizing their pain? What's gone on in their lives, probably linked to some of these traumas that may have happened? So you're looking at an intergenerational chain of pain that we need to stop through our complex needs support services. Then when you're going onto the issue of relational space again, that it is important to look at school climate. School climate is vital, and we've seen the emphasis on whole school system approaches earlier, which is again great to see. What you see also is that teachers play a key role here in creating inclusive systems to prevent bullying. So the study by Alame was a 10-country study across Europe that highlighted that discriminatory bullying by teachers was a big problem for migrants across Europe. So we need to work on our teachers' attitudes for inclusive systems here at that dimension. So that basically those migrant or Roma children who experience bullying in school by their peers stated that their teacher discriminated against them first, and the peers were following the role model of the teacher. And on the contrary, when you had inclusive systems from the teacher in school, then the bullying was not an issue because the children felt included. So there was an issue here, I suppose, also of communicative skills of teachers, communicative skills of our children, of our families, that bullying can be construed also as a failure in communication. And we need to give other resources for how to resolve conflicts, negotiate, group listening skills. All of these wider social and emotional skills are key here also. So there is, going back to Bandura's work in psychology, imitative aggression needs to be stopped, so that if you're seeing people in power, exerting, ruling by fear and anger, then you're going to copy that model and imitate that in your communicative style. This Greek study, I think, is also quite an important one, because this one highlights how, when you don't have a democratic school culture, when you don't have relational spaces where children feel included, where they feel like they're active agents, then you're going to have higher levels of bullying. So student agency is a key aspect here, and this is a spatial concept because it's challenging hierarchical spatial systems, shifting power in those roles. Just to note as well, the Pathways to School Success Council recommendation at EU level has made a very important contribution now to saying to integrate the issues of early school leaving prevention and school bullying prevention, to see these as two inclusive systems issues, where the same system types of supports can help address one issue as well as the other. So from a policy perspective, it opens the door for more resources so that there are two vital areas that are really intertwined. They are two sides of the same coin. So not even if the same child has the problem of bullying and early school leaving, the system supports at a school level can be common for both issues. So member states across Europe now are required by 2025 and ultimately 2030 to integrate their early school leaving prevention strategies with their school bullying prevention strategies. And just a little bit of a rationale for some of this argument for that. We see this study by Cornell et al. In a US context, who pointed out that you don't have to be the victim of bullying to have the bullying atmosphere in your school affecting your non-attendance. So even if you are not the victim, it still can put you off going into school because you feel the threat of that environment. And that bullying has as big an impact on early school leaving as poverty and academic failure, which were seen as two of the major indicators before. So bullying is the third limb here strategically to address if you want to keep children and young people in the school. So our framework in our European Commission report, Downs in July 2016, argued that we need to address these issues together through an inclusive systems framework, as we say, linking with space. So just to sort of emphasise other aspects of that, there's a direct impact of bullying on early school leaving. It brings school absence, negative interpersonal relations with peers and conflict, low concentration in school, decrease in academic performance. Almost every indicator that you would worry about for early school leaving prevention, you see it also for bullying prevention. So the interplay between these two is vital. So as we've seen today earlier, this idea of multi-professional teams for complex needs, family support services, the outreach to families, not only in the home but also in community centre spaces. How do we develop our community spaces to engage so-called hard-to-reach families and communities? As well as recognising that some issues such as suspension and expulsion from school is a displacement of a bullying issue perhaps into an early school leaving issue, so we need to stop that. So there are just some other considerations for the future. Thank you.
You caught me by surprise. I didn't know the reaction would be so fast. Thank you very much to Professor Downs. Since time is pressed, I will quickly move on to the next presentation. I'm calling to the stand Ferran Calvo, president of Baobab Association in Spain. He's also a member of the board of directors of the European Anti-Bullying Network. And he will speak about social media, risks and dangers for children and adolescents. Ferran.
Kalimera. Thank you, PG, for your presentation. I'm here to introduce and highlight about the specific problem of cyberbullying, and specifically about the dangers and risks that social media. And specifically about the dangers and risks that social media have for children and teenagers. About myself, as PG said, I'm Ferran Calvo. I'm the president of Baobab Association. It is a small NGO from Barcelona, Spain, and we work for social and labor integration of at-risk groups. But honestly speaking, I prefer to introduce myself as a teacher, because it is what I am. It is what I am. Then, when we started to think about what we would like to introduce for the commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the European Anti-Bullying Network, one of the ideas that came to our minds was if the situation of the fight against the phenomenon of bullying is now better or not than 10 years ago when we started with the network. This is what we are trying to introduce in this conference. About bullying, I can tell you that there is some progress in some countries about the reduction of school violence and bullying. But we have to say that we are talking about so-called traditional bullying. But, however, cyberbullying has a big increase, and the increasing of the incidence of cyberbullying has overpassed the improvements in the traditional bullying. Some statistics, some numbers, please don't take them as, well, I prefer that you take them as general trends. It's not so much important the numbers, but the general trends. It's also because the prevalence of numbers are according to countries. Not the prevalence is not the same in every country. There are countries with more prevalence of bullying, and there are others where it is not like this. But according to statistics taken from UNESCO and with World Health Organization reports, nearly 71 countries reduced, nearly half of the 71 countries that were taken for the study reduced the phenomenon of bullying, but cyberbullying among 11 and 16 years old rose from 7% in 2010 to 12% in 2018 and to 15% in 2022. So cyberbullying has a big increase in their incidence in general terms. According to the specific case in Spain, we are among the 10 countries with highest prevalence of bullying around the world, not only in Europe. So it is a big problem in our schools and in our country. One study of Bullying Sin Fronteras, which is a non-profit organization from my country, there were detected in only 1 year more than 11,000 of severe cases of school bullying reported. Now I will focus on the impact of social media on cyberbullying. Social platforms extend bullying beyond schedules, providing anonymity and constant access for bullies. This is especially important because before the phenomenon of cyberbullying, bullying was a phenomenon that was focused in the school. But nowadays, the phenomenon of cyberbullying has overpassed the school. There are cyberbullying not only in schools, but also outside the schools. And the problem of social networks regarding the cyberbullying is that social networks provide anonymity to perpetrators and constant access for bullies. The victims, some years ago, when they finished their school schedule, they can be safe at home, but cyberbullying makes possible that perpetrators reach them even outside the school. About psychological effects of cyberbullying, victims experience anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, and sometimes suicidal tendencies. Non-stop natures of cyberbullying exacerbates the impact. Affected people demographically, there are certain groups such as racial minorities or teens with so-called different traits are more vulnerable to cyberbullying. Some numbers about the use of smartphones among our children and teenagers. It was surprising for me that when I learned that 25% of children have a smartphone at the age of 10, and between 90 and 95% of teens have smartphones by the age of 15, which is essential for learning, but also for socializing. About popular social media platforms, I'm sure you know all of them: YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Each one of them vary in popularity by age group and purpose. I'm trying to give a little more about each one of them. 70% of our youngsters uses YouTube daily, and from this, 16% manifest that they use YouTube almost constantly. About TikTok, the numbers are 58% of daily usage of TikTok by the part of teenagers. Especially TikTok is popular in younger teens because of short visual content that is key their interest for it. Instagram is also popular, but it's more popular among older teens, let's call it like this, from 15 to 17, and 50% of them manifest to use it daily. Facebook, it's declining among teens. Only 19% use Facebook daily. About messaging apps usage, WhatsApp has a bigger penetration among teens. Between 80 and 90% of teens use WhatsApp. And Telegram has a lower popularity. It's only 35% of daily use, but it is especially used in certain countries like Italy, Germany, and also in our country in Spain. Telegram has another danger or risk, which is that it is more open to the creation of groups and channels where it is not controlled the content that there is inside. So even though the popularity between or among teens is not as bigger as WhatsApp, it has a potential risk that it's necessary to take care about. Now, here in my presentation that we will spread among all of you, you will have the possibility to see a video. It's not possible for me to show it now because of technical problems, but I would like to introduce the testimony of Mr. Arturo Bejar. He used to be an engineer working for Meta. He was called to participate in a judicial subcommittee in the Senate of the United States. This testimony took place in November of 2023. This person was an engineer who was taking care till 2021 of user security in Meta. And in this video, you can see how he says that in his testimony in the Senate of the United States, that Meta is aware of the harms that the social networks of Meta has among our children, but they are slow to react against these harms, even having the tools to minimize the impact of this harm. This is one of the reasons why he left from Meta. I don't want to put Meta on the spot right now, or maybe yes, I want, but not only, because it is a general problem of all social networks. The problem of contents and the harmful of content in social networks, it is a big problem that it is necessary to solve. The need, excuse me, it is necessary an intervention to eliminate abusive content, to restrict anonymity, and to improve user experiences in all social networks. This is extremely urgent need. I have to say, it is not in my presentation, but I have to say that we have noticed that there has been a reaction by the part of some social networks, and specifically about social networks from Meta. You know, probably they are WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. And Meta is trying to implement effective measures to make possible that contents of social networks are according to the age of users. At least this is their purpose. I have to say that this is a reaction, well, I cannot say that this is a reaction of the testimony of or of the activity of the Judicial Subcommittee about Privacy, Technology and Law of the US Senate, but what I can say is that it was something that appears after after this Judicial Subcommittee. Of course, by our part, we have to say that we can face the problems of social networks or the impact of social networks regarding cyberbullying in different ways. One of the ways is the parental role in digital awareness. Parents should supervise early smartphone usage and discuss the consequences of online actions with their children. This is important, the role of parents. About the role of the civil society, and we as European Anti-Bullying Network are a part of civil society. We should persuade not only authorities but also media for stronger regulation against cyberbullying. And according to that, I can tell you that I awake this morning with a news from a Spanish newspaper telling that Spanish government has decided, after a report from 50 experts from Spain, about European regulation about the internet contents for children under 16. This is an opportunity, and I think we should take this opportunity to make Europe involved in the fight against cyberbullying in an active way. So my key takeaways for you: the evidence that cyberbullying has increased, and the need of awareness, regulation, and education of our children that are vital for the progress and for the overcome of the problem of bullying. I'm sure that if we make steps forward on these three subjects, together we can make a difference in the fight against bullying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ferran. And now I'd like to call to the floor Professor Smith, Peter Smith. He's a visiting professor at the University of Greenwich, UK, as well as the Shandong Normal University in China. But as I mentioned earlier, he's also an honorary member of the European Anti-Bullying Network. We're very delighted and honored to have him with us.
This one here?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this invitation to take part in this meeting. Okay. That's good, is it? Thank you. And congratulations on your 10th anniversary. A lot of the forefront of work, I think, against bullying and interventions is taking place in Europe. And I think you're doing a great job bringing together the best practice in European countries. I think there's about a dozen different countries represented here, actually, which is great news. So congratulations on that, too. Now, how effective are these interventions against bullying? A meta-analysis found these results here, reducing bullying by around 19 to 20%, victimization by 15 to 16, and a rather similar finding from another review after that as well. Okay, thanks. Is that better like that? Okay. Now, it's worth saying some programs have larger success rates, even up to 40%. But the average, as you can see here, is around about 15-20% reduction, which is worthwhile, but it's limited. So most programs have some success, but rather limited. I think it's a real challenge to us to see if we can sort of increase this figure of 15-20% more towards the 40-50% that some programs manage to achieve. This data is from HBSC. I think the previous speaker mentioned some of this. I couldn't see his slide, I'm afraid, but this data from the World Health Organization suggests there's some decrease in school bullying over the last 20 years, both in being bullied and bullied others. Not in every country, but in some countries. Oh, okay. Right. Thank you. Now, I wanted to focus on this diagram here. Is this okay? You can hear me all right? This diagram, great. This is from Bronfenbrenner. It's called an ecological perspective. A number of social scientists have used this to think about the possible predictors of getting involved and the risk factors of being involved. And I'm going to be careful how I stand here. But in the center, we have the individual, their personality. For example, if I've got a hot-tempered personality, if I'm easy to take offense, I might be more likely to be a bully. If I'm timid, I might be more likely to be victimized. Then we've got the immediate surround of peers, family, and school. Your sort of immediate social environment, really, in school and family. Then we've got the wider system around, the mass media we've just heard from in society, and then this outermost circle will be the societal situation. What's it like in the society that you're in? Is it a tolerant society? Is it a prejudiced society? Does it have laws about bullying and so on? Psychologists love this center one. Psychologists love looking at personality of bullying victims. Sociologists, by contrast, are much more interested in this outer section, the impact of the wider society. This will be relevant if we come to look at definitions of bullying in the very final section, which I'm due to talk to you about, because sociologists want to emphasize, even within the definition of bullying, this sort of impact of the society you live in. Psychologists are more interested in the sort of characteristics of the individual. So we'll come to that later, perhaps. Well, we've heard quite a bit about several of these factors. We heard about from Paul here about the impact of family factors very persuasively. We've heard about the impact of the mass media. What I'm going to say now is about the peer group and the school, particularly. Teachers, if you talk to teachers, they're very fond of talking about family factors. Yes, so-and-so is a bully in my class. He has a difficult time at home. There's violence, and so forth. Probably true, but it can be a danger if teachers focus so much on family factors, I think, and neglect the peer group and the school factors, which is what I want to talk about in my last few minutes. So, yeah, let's skip this. So, yeah, so families we've heard about, media we've heard about, the peer group and bullying now. And there's my email, by the way, if anyone wants to contact me, and I'll make it clear why I put that there in a moment, but p.smith@gold.ac.uk. Now, one way of involving peers productively against bullying is what are called peer support schemes. Selected peers are trained to be peer supporters. So a peer supporter is someone who's going to help, in some way, help the victim or help prevent bullying. In primary schools, they can be befrienders or activity leaders. In secondary schools, they might support vulnerable pupils directly, mentoring and counselling. And here you see the children with the yellow T-shirts. They're peer supporters. This is their way of showing, I'm a peer supporter in this school. And crucial, really, here is the role of defenders. A defender is someone, as I said, who's going to help the victim or perhaps challenge the bullying child. Now, this in the top here, I've mentioned a paper by Chen et al. The Defending Behaviour Scale for Cyberbullying for Adolescents. Chen et al. It's a few years ago. If you can't get hold of it, you can email me, which is why I put my email there, and I can send it to you because I have it on file, so it's easy to send to you. p.smith@gold.ac.uk. This defending scale, which they've validated it, and it's got 24 items, and it's got 5 factors. Now, here are the 4 factors. 4 factors. One is comforting and accompanying the victim. So, for example, I send messages to the victim to discourage him or her, to encourage him or her. Remember, this is cyberbullying. So if someone's been a victim of cyberbullying, you send supportive messages to them. Or second one, reporting to an authority figure. I reported the cyberbullying to the webmaster. Or third one, counter-attacking and retaliating against the bully. I sent a message verbally abusing the bully to stop the cyberbullying behavior. Or figuring out how to solve the problem. I help cyberbullied pupils respond to untrue comments from others. So 4 different ways there of being a defender. And these can be sort of discussed in the curriculum. And if you like, certain pupils could be trained, if you like, in which are the most effective of these strategies to use and in which circumstances to use them. I was chatting to Paul earlier, who has worked with the Kiva program. Let me just, so I'll go back in a minute. The Kiva program in Finland, it's a pity we haven't had Finland here, but they've developed the Kiva program with Christina Salmivalli, which plays a large part of that is training selected peers to be defenders. And it's best if these defenders are of high status in the peer group, rather obviously. If you're of high status in the peer group, you're less likely to be retaliated against, more likely to be respected in what you do. I was chatting to Paul earlier, and he's corresponded with Christina about this. Do you want to say 1 or 2 words about what she found with the Kiva project and defenders?
Oh, you're very good. Okay, okay. Thanks for just very briefly. Okay, very briefly. So I would have been involved in the European Commission in critiquing the Kiva peer challenger part. Okay, the challenging part. So we're hugely supportive of the peer support part. But the concern would be that for entrenched bully perpetrators, that if you're putting the child to challenge the entrenched bullying perpetrator, that you're putting that child at risk. And that if a school is encouraging a child to challenge and take on the bullying perpetrator, that's legally negligent, because it's foreseeable that harm can come to that child. So the image, the vision, motivational understanding of Kiva around is that it's based on social group pressure. But there are many other motivations why somebody maybe wants to be a bullying perpetrator. So traumatic, entrenched bullying perpetrators, there's, I think, a big cautionary note around trying to challenge those. So support the victim, yes. Actively take on the perpetrator is a risk.
Yeah, thank you. That was really interesting talking to you about that. What you're saying is looking at these 4 different strategies. Comforting the victim is fine. Reporting to an authority figure is fine. But counter-attacking and retaliating against the bully, that's much more questionable for, well, obvious reasons, really. And then finally, figuring out how to solve the problem, that's fine too, isn't it? Yeah. But the Kiva project has used training defenders quite a lot, and it's been quite a successful program too. So training defenders, so you might take a scenario where, I attack someone, and what are you going to do? Are you going to challenge me? Are you going to help the victim and so on? What will you do? You're the peer group, as it were. And that's, or you could have virtual scenarios. In the Kiva project, they actually use virtual scenarios, and these scenarios show bullying situations, and what would you do in this situation? Okay. Now, what you would do, it's relevant, of course, for whether someone actually starts bullying someone else, depending on are they going to get support from the peer group or not, but also for school climate. I mean, suppose I challenge someone. We're friends, aren't we? But this is just pretend, right? I don't like the way you spoke to me earlier. You were a bit insulting about some of my work. You must watch it, huh? Okay? Now, this isn't necessarily bullying, but it's certainly aggressive anyway. You're the peer group. I'm going to think, what are you going to do? Are you going to support me? Are you going to support Paul? You're probably going to support him, but so probably I'm not going to take it any further. But just suppose, you were quite sympathetic to me and Paul wasn't very popular. What are you going to do if I start punching you? What are you going to do? Any of those things I showed you? Now, that will help set not only whether I'm likely to take it further or not, one thing, but also the conference climate, if you like, the equivalent of the class climate, the conference climate. What kind of conference is this? Does it have people who are going to stand up for someone who's being attacked without a good reason? Are you going to call Costas and say, Costas, come along and help here, please, because there's a fight going on? I'm sure you would, actually. But, we're talking here about the school situation, and that's relevant for the school climate. How safe and happy pupils feel in school. The quality of pupil-pupil relationships and the quality of teacher-pupil relationships. And these are really important. And this book here by Ashton and Benveniste shows it really nicely, I think. And someone else mentioned Dewey Cornell's work in the US. They found that an authoritative school climate is the best for reducing bullying. Now, authoritative, it's like parenting, authoritative parenting really too. High disciplinary and academic expectations for students. So you do expect good behavior and good results, but you also listen to students as well. They're involved in the decision-making and the consultations. So teachers and other school staff members interact with students in a respectful, caring and helpful manner. So it's this combination of having expectations and clear rules for good behavior, but also listening and caring. Now this implies helping teachers, I think, because in that Bronfenbrenner model now, teachers have this central role here in terms of trying to inculcate a good school climate and good feelings of school belonging, and they may need support in this. Now, earlier you heard from the Anti-Bullying Alliance. Mary Mayer there gave a presentation. The Anti-Bullying Alliance, which I'm involved in now as chair, actually, has put together 5 aims for the next, if you like, decade, in the UK anyway. And one of them is that teachers should have initial teacher training about bullying. There should be clear modules and training for teachers who are being trained as teachers, what bullying is, how to tell it apart from aggression and other forms of behavior, what forms it takes, what are the reasons for bullying, and what can we do about it? What kind of interventions can you use, and which ones seem to work? Pretty basic knowledge, really, which we've got a lot of basic knowledge now, because we've been doing this research for a period of 30, 40 years. We know a lot now. So one of the aims we're going to try and put towards the UK government is there should be initial teacher training on this kind of material, and also continuing professional development training as well. And not just teachers in the classroom sense, but all school staff, support staff, those who are supervising the playground behaviour, perhaps even those who are involved in the transport of pupils to and from school, school buses and so on. They need to know about these sorts of things. So that's one of our key aims there. As I've said here, yeah. And not just the classroom teachers, but the non-teaching staff as well, as I mentioned here. Lunchtime supervisors, because in the UK teachers don't supervise the lunchtime break, it's left to local people in the school community who are not particularly trained in this. And then bus drivers to and from school. I don't know what it's like in Greece, but in the UK many pupils are coming on school buses. And they're spending, half an hour, 40, 50 minutes perhaps on the school bus. I did that, in fact. And it's a mixture of pupils of different ages. There's no teacher on the bus. The only adult is the bus driver. But you can't really pester the bus driver for things. They've got to drive the bus safely. But at least they ought to know, I think, what bullying is, what to look out for, and who to report it to if it's happening. And someone called Paul Vodden did a series of reports, actually. He interviewed school bus drivers about this. So if you're interested, there's a good series of his reports freely available on that website there. Well, still thinking of challenges. Remember the earlier slide I showed? It's difficult to get bullying down to 0. You can reduce it, not too hard, I would say, to make some reductions, but there seems to be this hard core of pupils who might be either involved in bullying others or susceptible to being bullied. So some therapeutic work might be called for here in this case. So therapeutic work with parents or carers and young people with problems, either bullying behaviours or severe victimisation. And a couple of studies here with some quite promising results. In the first case, working with girls who are bullying a lot, and the second case with victims, children who are being bullied by peers a great deal. And I'll just mention Red Balloon as well. This is a UK project, as far as I know. I don't think it's anything like this in Greece. I don't know, you can tell me. But it provides sheltered schooling in England. And there are 5 centres, plus an online one version as well. And these are for children who can't cope with mainstream school due to very severe victimisation. These are children being really badly bullied in school. They're trying to avoid school, in fact. They're not going to come to school now. It's so bad. It's affecting their mental health and well-being. But what Red Balloon does is provide a sheltered schooling environment where they can come, together with other children who probably have had somewhat similar experiences, with staff who know what the situation is. There's a high staff-to-student ratio. And the aim is to combine some academic schooling, so they can keep up with that, with therapeutic work as well. Obviously sort of counselling work to boost their self-esteem and so forth. The aim being that they can return to mainline schooling or further education in due course. Might take some months, might even take 2 or 3 years. But on the whole, they've been rather successful at doing that. They've certainly helped some very severely victimised and disturbed children. Red Balloon. Again, you'll find them on the website too. Have I got any time left, or should I finish? Finish. Okay, I think I can skip this then. Yeah, one more thing. This is an opportunity or challenge, just the last slide, I think. I do believe that we need to combine quantitative and qualitative studies, especially when we're looking at interventions to try and reduce bullying. Quantitative studies are giving questionnaires, like that defending questionnaire I mentioned earlier, have you been bullied at school, and so on. Qualitative studies will be more interviews, focus groups, in-depth kind of things to find out the particular experience of those pupils involved in the intervention, say. And really, I think you need the qualitative methods to understand what's going on, to understand the processes. Suppose you're doing an intervention in a school, and we saw some examples in the questionnaires before and afterwards. Okay, you've got your quantitative measures, you need them. Is the intervention having an effect? If it is having an effect, or if it isn't, why? Why is it working, or why is it not working? And that's where the interviews and the focus groups, the qualitative methods, are really going to help. I think that's increasingly recognised. And I would say we should expect mixed methods like this in most studies. And if they're not using mixed methods, why not? Oh, yes, using young people as researchers. That's been mentioned already, and I fully endorse that. I think that's really important. There we go.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Should I stay up, by the way, because I'm in the last session?
Yes, stay. Get down and you'll come back up. So be a little more patient before we break for a lunch that I know is already a little bit late, even for Greek standards. So thank you very much for your patience. We have so many interesting interventions to listen to that it's hard to fit them all in. So I would like now to call our next speaker, Ariana Furtado, teacher and coordinator of Escola Básica do Castelo from Lisbon, Portugal. And let me open your presentation. She's going to speak to us about tackling youth violence in multicultural areas, challenges, and how to respond. And there you go.
Kalimera, and thank you for the invitation. I'm trying to be brief. I'm a primary school teacher in a school that welcomes children between 3 and 10 years old. My school is in the city in the city center of Lisbon, and we have children with more than 7 nationalities. When we talk about hate speech, my first focus is on prevention, strategies that prepare their children to deal with the phenomenon, and that makes them think, discuss, and talk about it. And for that, I chose books. And it's about a project that we apply at my school that I want to tell you about it. Children's literature as a resource to prevent and combat hate speech. How can hate speech prevention and combat be explored within the scope of human rights through children's literature? These are some of the objectives. For me, it's important that in a culturally underprivileged context, reading is a key support for the acquisition of linguistic skills. And literature for the early childhood enables the development of the ability to communicate with other cultures and set of alternative values. The children is made aware of the positive existence of difference. Literature can be a powerful force in our lives. It can make us think, question, challenge, and seduce us, but it can also allow us to feel emotions, and by traveling through the countless and mysterious forests of fiction, help us discover new and interesting things, including in diverse viewpoints compared to our own. From this perspective, it is deeply enriching, humanizing experience that can change us forever. Hate speech. What is hate speech? It corresponds to any negative comment against a group or individual and his behavior based on prejudice that disseminates, fosters, promotes, or justifies hatred. Is based upon identity characteristics such as ethnic origin, nationality, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and disability, is regarded as a fundamental behavior of further attitudes and misconceptions that can lead to serious offensive practice, namely hate crimes. We wish schools that plan tasks to educate youngsters on human rights, elaborate curricular modules that introduce and strengthen competence on anti-discrimination and anti-racism by developing suitable didactic materials such as fiction books and other manuals. Contribute that youth, upon completely compulsory education, should be citizens who value and respect human dignity, show solidarity to others, and appreciate the cultural diversity around them. My pedagogical intervention, this is an activity that started in my classroom. The topic was prevention and combat of hate speech, understanding and interpreting. Around these worlds, prevention and combat of hate speech, we request from the children to talk about it and tell us what they thought it was. In this stage of the activity, the following statements were collected. Words of the children's. My dad was on the subway and saw a man insulting a woman, and my dad went to defend the woman. Stand for people. Protect a person suffering from racial hatred. Be positive. Show kindness. Protect others. Not using hate speech and protecting others. Help protect people who are suffering. We read 5 stories, those ones that I presented. Orelhas de Borboleta, Aventureira Mariel e o Dia da Fotografia, Oliver Button é uma menina, Cândido and Discórdia. This last one, Discórdia, is a disagreement Discordia in English, it's disagreement. Disagreement is a visual narrative about the polarization of opinions in today's world and the need to build bridges of understanding that help us living in community. It all begins with a small disagreement, which escalates into a deafening crescendo, dragging along intransigent supporters from both sides, until it becomes an irreconcilable dispute where no arguments prevail. Does the loudest voice win, or do we all lose? During and after the research, the children underwent interventions that align with respect and initiative towards the fulfillment and enjoyment of human rights, as well as the awareness of attitudes that not correspond to the mobilizations of these rights. This same awareness stems from the exploration of children's literature books selected for this purpose. About the results, I want to tell you that these children are now teenagers, these children of that class, and they continue to study in my group of schools. They are students of my fellow teachers with whom I share teaching, learnings, methodologies, and strategies, and they always visit us on those visits. Our primary school, and they are now friends of our primary school students, and it's possible for us to be with them and to know what they have learned about human rights and about all of these topics discussed with us. What also helped a lot in researching and introducing the topic and talk about the problems, in fact, is that I'm a Black immigrant female teacher. The issue of representation is very important. It's very important for me in addressing hate speech, but it's very important for the students. Especially for the students, because I'm not the role model Portuguese teacher, so that allows the students to have really contact with the diversity of our society, who we are. It represents the place of speech, not having someone else speaking for me. And I can be able to talk about my problems with the children and make them respect my point of view as I respect them. And now we are going to see. This is a campaign that we made in last year. In Portugal. It names Radica. It's a campaign of education for anti-racism. The Radica model serves as an effective framework for anti-racist education, particularly in the context of training oriented towards tackling children's issues within the Portuguese context. Sorry, my English. I speak French. So it's very difficult for me with some words, but I think you will understand. And now, escape. You will not see the. We don't have the sound, but we do have the subtitles. This campaign passed on the metro stations and on the TV. And it was very important for us because it was prepared with the students along 1 year, written by them, discussed by them, and teachers, actors, musicians, Portuguese musicians, Afro-descendants were invited to make part of them and talk with that children about all that hate speech that affects migrant communities and Afro-descent at the moment in Europe and especially in Portugal, my country now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariana. We really appreciated your intervention and your work in your school in Portugal. And last but not least, I'll call to the stand Sofia Leitao. Thank you for your patience. Dr. Sofia Leitao is Principal Development Manager at Renova Malaga in Spain. And she will speak about investing in professional education to empower the resilience of young people to counteract hate speech.
Thank you very much, Piggy. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a really inspiring conference, and I'm very honored to be here. I first started working with the Smile of the Child back in 2016, I think, on a project where we were beginning to use gamification and digital media to work with young people to raise awareness and work with their peers, and we have heard about the importance of peer work here today on tackling gender-based violence. So, and I think we're all eager to say Kalispera after lunch. I will not take long. So I just want to share a little bit of the history that I have and Renova has with the Smile of the Child in designing, developing, implementing, and testing, validating approaches for raising the capacity of educators. And again, we have heard throughout the presentations here today how important it is to give resources to educators. And when I say educators, I say teachers, youth workers, anyone that works in a context of working with young people. So a little bit about our team. Renova is a diverse team of 25 plus staff. We are based in London, in Spain, and other locations like Portugal, myself based in Portugal. Renova was founded in 2010. Our headquarters are in London. In 2018, we have started Renova in Malaga, in Spain. We are based at the Polo Digital Technologies Innovation Hub. We work transnationally, and we've done through all these years more than 120 European projects, and we've developed extensively our network of partners. We're also an intermediary organization for the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs. In terms of what we do as Renova, we can summarize it as being an applied research and professional education organization. We specialize in social innovation to engage communities, to engage individuals in being creative, in taking responsibility, in understanding their communities and knowing how to act to make them better places. There are 4 areas in which we develop our work. These areas are not isolated and very often cross: skills and learning, employment, entrepreneurship and social action, arts, culture and creative industries. the work on hate speech that we have been developing over the last decade very much crosses entrepreneurship, arts, culture, and creative industries. In terms of how we understand social innovation and also youth empowerment, as these are pillars in our approach, we refer to the OECD definition that refers to social innovation as the design and implementation of new solutions that imply conceptual process, products, or organizational change to improve the welfare of individuals and the communities. And in that, youth empowerment comes in us recognizing the need to have proper trained, proper informed educators that enable young people to be empowered to take charge of their lives and to be agents in their circles of action. So about a decade ago, I was in Cyprus working in an organization, Hope for Children. And back then, there was a need to start tackling bullying and also cyberbullying. In that, we referred to our networks, in particular to Renova, and we started designing a program which was what became the Hate Interrupter Teams, Youth Counteracting Hate Speech Towards Migrants, Minorities through Participatory and Creative Campaigning. The Smile of the Child was our partner, and we designed the professional development program that was based on supporting educators and youth workers to empower young people. So the learning material that we have developed back then focused in some areas that were identified in terms of being needed for these professionals to be able to better work and cooperate with young people. We had human rights education, media literacy for creative campaigning, cooperation with stakeholders, and here we got together civil society organizations, but also the importance of engaging authorities. And again, we've heard today different speakers talking about the importance of engaging municipalities in cooperation with education, with civil society organizations, and also the engagement of opinion formers, which nowadays I come to be known as influencers. So we did we piloted the program in UK, Spain, Germany, Bulgaria, Italy, Cyprus, and Greece. And we have tested and validated the guidance and the learning and training curriculum, having been able to reach over 700 stakeholders throughout the duration of the 2 years project across Europe. We have engaged more than 300 people as hate interrupter agents in the hate interrupter teams. And we have an engagement in terms of dissemination of over 3 million people. The HEAT project actually had its last year during the first year of the pandemic, and we had our very first online meeting where we had over 100 participants, people even coming from the US, but we were also able to engage, to bring to the floor the young interrupter teams. The website is still active, and I would invite everyone to access the website and get to know what the young people have done. They're very, very interested. Audiovisual materials there still available, and of course the learning materials. Follow-up work brought another country into this already, let's call it, community of practice, to pick up on the words that Paul before me was referring to. Why Create? Voices for Respect, Celebrating Difference and Tackling Hate was a program to support young people to raise awareness and to use digital tools in doing so. The root of this project was the human library, and so the young people have worked in developing the human podcasts. We brought young people from all these countries to the Netherlands, in Arnhem, where they started building the human podcasts, and I wanted to actually give you a little taste of one of the episodes, but I'm told that we cannot. So I would invite everyone to check the QR codes and go on Spotify. We have over 30 episodes from all countries, including Greece. And finally, the human project that has started this year. We have co-developed it with a Smile of the Child, who coordinates it currently. The human project is digital hate interrupter activism to combat structural racism, to promote inter-community cooperation through digital technologies. So it builds into all the body of knowledge and experience that we have been working on over the almost 1 decade. And we go a little bit deeper in terms of raising the capacity of the educators by looking at intersectionality to understand power relations and the structural and systemic nature of racism. We also want to develop a program for activism for social change with the young participants, and also the aspect of social responsibility, bringing in strategic partnerships and networking for the sustainability of the project. Our colleagues in Slovenia were saying earlier that very often projects come to an end and then there is lack of funds to enable it to continue. And I think the example that they brought is a very, very interesting one of how the municipality step up to continue supporting the program at schools. And this is also what we want to achieve here with the Human Project. So there are 3 lines of work across the program. As I said, we have the professional development of the educators, and we are looking at developing, implementing, and making available learning activities and tools. Our manual is almost ready to go online, and it focuses on intersectionality, social media platforms, digital activism, strategies for fighting hate speech, and on integrating youth activism into municipal action plans. And with this, we are going to train professionals that will then be able to transfer and to cooperate with young people to further these aspects. Then we will, our expectation is that we will be able to, at the end of the project, establish young digital hate interrupters, developing youth's capacity to be activists against racism and hate speech, supporting their digital impact, to counteract the negative aspects of social media and cyberbullying. We want to raise awareness on the actual potential of social media platforms to counteract hate speech. And again, to promote how can young people understand what are the mechanisms available for them at the level of local authorities, and how can they engage in the work that the municipalities, the local entities implement, and have a voice also to decide what's of interest and valuable for them. I'm finished. This project is also being we're also looking at analyzing the impact that the project is going to have in terms of enhancing the stakeholders' practices to work and support with young people, on the capacity to increase awareness and knowledge about manifestations and patterns of online hate speech, on youth's increased participation and voice through co-creation and generation their own solutions to the phenomenon, and also being able to monitor the impact that their actions have, and finally the increased capacity of them to connect with the stakeholders and build solutions together. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
Thank you, Sophia. And I hate to make the speakers it's so important for us that you're here and that you've prepared and you've dedicated your time. I hate to make you feel rushed. Thank you to all of the speakers in this panel. Now we're breaking for our lunch break, but before we do so, I want to ask for your kind patience for one small thing. If I can ask the speakers here to leave, except Ferran, and I want to ask the EAN members who are present to come forth. no, one photo, please, Paul. He wants a photo of the panel. He wants a photo of the panel. And then we're going to have just a 5-minute little celebration of the 10th birthday of the European Anti-Bullying Network. Okay, thank you very much. And as you know, we're celebrating the 10th birthday of the network, so I want to ask the president, the vice president, we're having a little quick celebration, as tradition has it at Smile of a Child. We're in favor of cakes, birthday cakes.
Am I giving my talk on definitions?
Afterwards.
Oh, after lunch.
That's closing.
Oh, okay.
That's after.
After lunch.
Yes.
Sometimes we forget to celebrate, sometimes we forget to feel happiness, sometimes we forget to feel joy. And sometimes some small things like a cake can make the difference.
I want to ask the AN members to come forth, please. Where are you all? Yes, Ελληνογερμανική, Croatia, Roberta's came. Who's missing now? Gonzalo, Chiara, Gonzalo. We're having a quick birthday celebration.
Let's squeeze. Okay.
Whoever wants to go maybe further down so we can. And Chiara, yes, we have to. Βγαίνουμε όλοι. Όχι. Move a little bit down. Ελάτε και να πάτε στο κέντρο, στο πρόεδρο, εκεί.
Όχι.
Πρέπει να είστε εσείς.
Όχι.
Ελάτε εδώ.
Εντάξει, εδώ μια χαρά είμαι.
Δεν φαίνεσαι εδώ πίσω.
Φαίνομαι.
Mark.
Ευχαριστούμε. Go on. No. No, you can't.
So in this closing session, we're just gonna, our speakers are just gonna say a few words about the future and the role of each stakeholder in tackling the phenomenon of bullying. So I'm gonna invite Peter, Professor Smith. He will say a few words coming from the academic perspective on the issue of the definition and its evolution. And then we will have two schools, Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή, member of European Anti-Bullying Network, and Duka School that went through the first pilot implementation of ANSCERT, and also Mr. Theophanopoulos from Eurocert, who will say a few words about the certification. So if you can all take your seats, and we can begin with Peter Smith. You have your last presentation. No, before you stand, he wants a photo of all of you. Yeah. He wants a photo of all of you as a panel.
I'm not yet.
Τι λέει εδώ, can open. The dialogue box is open. Λοιπόν. Θα το δω. Okay, for afterwards. So he wants a photo of you over there. He wants a photo of you, and then you'll get. Yeah. Okay, sit. First a photo of all of you, and then you.
Okay. Okay, shall I start?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hello everyone after lunch. Just relax. About 5 slides. I won't overrun. About 5 slides about the definition of bullying. And I'm going to ask you at the end your opinion too, because it's a bit of a controversial area at the moment, interestingly. Now, at the top here, we have the ABA definition. Of course, you know what ABA is now, Anti-Bullying Alliance. Miri there gave a talk, and this definition is on their website. Bullying is the repetitive, intentional hurting of one person or group by another person or group, where the relationship involves an imbalance of power. It can happen face-to-face or online. So we've got the main criteria here: an intent to hurt someone, and there's an imbalance of power, and it's repetitive. So 3 things really: intent to hurt, repetition, imbalance of power. Those are the 3 traditional criteria of what's bullying, and it's very similar to the standard definition from Dan Olveus. Here's Dan's definition: bullying is negative behaviour that's intentional. Perpetrators know or understand that their behaviour is unpleasant and harmful to the target, usually repetitive, involves some degree of power imbalance between the targeted individual and the perpetrators in favour of the latter. The perpetrator is stronger. So that's Stan's definition, and I think he would be happy with the ABA definition too. I think he would say, yes, this is fine, this embodies the 3 criteria that I have as well. And these have been fine, I think, with psychologists. Here's a couple of slight variants on this definition. The first one comes from the Department for Education in England. Our Department for Education has quite a lot of material on school bullying, including advice for parents, advice on cyberbullying and so on. It's reasonably good stuff, really. But this is their definition. Bullying is behaviour by an individual or group, repeated over time, intentionally hurts another individual or group, either physically or emotionally. And then, many experts say that bullying involves an imbalance of power between the perpetrator and the victim. They seem to be hedging their bets a bit. Many experts say, well, Dan certainly said that, I would certainly say that, ABA says that, but implying that it's a bit optional. But I think Dan would say, imbalance of power is critical to separating out bullying from just general fights and aggression. Here's a definition from the US, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Bullying is any unwanted aggressive behaviours by another youth or group of youths who are not siblings or current dating partners that involves an observed or perceived power imbalance and is repeated multiple times or is highly likely to be repeated. So the intent to harm is there, the imbalance of power is there, Repeated or highly likely to be repeated. There's been quite a lot of debate about repetition and how essential that is, and I think highly likely to be repeated is a good way through that, actually. But why they've got not siblings or current dating partners is a bit of a mystery to me, actually. Now, that main ABA type definition, the Alveus type definition, was doing fine for quite a long time. We psychologists were very happy with it. And then about 5 years ago, UNESCO came up with a different definition. It seems this was because some sociologists had protested that the original Alveus definition was too individual-centred. Remember I showed you the circles and the individual in the middle, which psychologists are happy with. Sociologists are more interested in the society, the social background. And they wanted a definition that made more acknowledgement of the importance of the social culture or background. For example, especially if you're looking at bias-based bullying, racial bullying, sexual bullying, bullying of people with disabilities, things like this. What are the attitudes like in the broader society? Is it a sexist society? Is it a racist society? Is it a society that tolerates homosexual behaviour, for example? Transphobia and so on. So many sociologists, I think, feel that these attitudes in society provide a backdrop which may either facilitate or not these kinds of bullying. And I can see that point of view. So they came up with a first workshop sponsored by UNESCO with this definition. School bullying is in-person and online behaviour between students within a social network that causes physical, emotional or social harm to targeted students. It's characterised by an imbalance of power, fine, enabled or inhibited by the social and institutional norms and context of the schools and education system. So that's what I was just talking about, acknowledging the importance of this broader social context. And then, school bullying implies an absence of effective responses and care towards the target by peers and adults. Which is a pretty strong statement to make, especially if you're a school teacher. So this definition was put forward to us about 5 years ago, I think, at the European Conference of Developmental Psychology. And a lot of psychologists were quite upset by it. I'll show you why in a moment. When I say a lot of psychologists, I mean not only myself, I mean Cristina Salmivalli from Finland, Asilia Menacini from Italy, who was the president of the European Developmental Psychology Association, Hildegard Fandrem from Norway, Christiane Spiel from Austria, and Dagmar Strohmann from Austria. Almost a roll call, really, of European psychologists who've been working on bullying. A lot of dissatisfaction. So I hosted a round table, actually here in Greece. It was in Rhodos, in Rhodes, about 3 years ago, to discuss this definition and what we felt about it. And we had a representative from the original working party, and then those people I mentioned, Cristina Salmivalli, Hildegard Fandrem, and myself, Dagmar Strohmann, Asilia Menacini. And there were many critical comments on that definition. Repetition was absent. I'll just go back to it. Nothing about repetition here, but Dan Alveus certainly thought repetition, not just a one-off event, but of repeated attacks was important. And there's a bit of gloss about that. So repetition acts as a strong demarcation criterion to separate out bullying and behaviours from accidental or unwitting acts of harm. That phrase, demarcation criterion, came from Cristina Salmivalli, and it's the criterion that demarcates or separates out bullying from just aggression or an ordinary fight. Paul, I see, has disappeared. Paul was my target earlier. Where are you, Paul? You're frightened. If I'd just done it once to Paul, I don't think you would say that was bullying, but if I kept doing it, every time I saw Paul, I went and punched him, that's more likely to be bullying. So we felt repetition was important. Now, the first sentence of the new definition, that first sentence there. Now, including online behaviour, that was seen as useful. In person and online, might seem to exclude indirect kinds of offline bullying, such as rumour spreading. And also between students, behaviour between students. So that excludes teacher-pupil bullying or pupil-teacher bullying, which are not infrequent and can be serious. And we had a lot of discussion about that. Some people felt it was right just to keep it to peer-peer bullying, but others of us felt if we're looking at a whole school approach, the whole school's got to include teachers as well as pupils. And we're going to have bullying in any direction, as it were, and a good school policy should be looking at all of these. And then within a social network, what does that add? Didn't seem to add anything really. Then the next sentence, this is a rather controversial one. Bullying is characterised by an imbalance of power that's enabled or inhibited by the social and institutional norms and context of the schools and the education system. Now we wonder what was added by is enabled or inhibited by the social and institutional norms and context of schools and the education system. Does it mean that other kinds of imbalance of power would not be relevant? Other kinds of imbalance of power could be strength, could be numbers, could be popularity. Where's Paul? He disappeared. Hi, Paul. I think they're probably stronger than me, actually. So I don't think that's. But if I got a group of my friends with me, to beat you up, that's one kind of imbalance of power. Or if I was very popular and you were not popular, unlikely, I know, but if it was the case, there could be these kinds of imbalance of power as well. So this phrase appeared selective. And in the last sentence, school bullying implies an absence of effective responses and care towards the target by peers and adults. It was widely felt this was not a definitional statement. It was an assertion that did not help as a demarcate criterion. So it doesn't help us separate out bullying from aggression, but it's an assertion. Is it the case that there be an absence of effective responses? That seems to be an empirical question to look at rather than in the definition itself. So what we felt from this workshop was a definition needs to be fairly succinct. Really needs to be one you can sort of remember, and rattle off when you're answering a questionnaire or talking to teachers and so on. What's bullying and what's not? We don't need unnecessary or extraneous material that is not essential for this. And then, as you can see, there's other issues too that came up. So this workshop produced a lot of debate and anxiety really about this new definition, which I transmitted through, of course, to James O'Higgins Norman, who was proposing it, and UNESCO generally. So they formed another working party to look at a revised UNESCO definition. And unlike the first working party, I was part of this one. And that's where it became apparent, actually, there's a sort of division between the psychologists, who are fairly happy with the original definition, and the sociologists who want more acknowledgement of the social, societal role. Anyway, we met 3 times, I think, to discuss this. A group of about 10 people. Some psychologists, some sociologists, some general social scientists. And this is what came out of that. School bullying is a damaging social process that's characterised by an imbalance of power driven by social, societal and institutional norms. Now that last phrase was there to keep the sociologist happy. I suggested we should have is often characterised by an imbalance of power driven this way, but they often got taken out. So we're left with this. It's often repeated, okay, and manifest as unwarranted interpersonal behaviour among students or school personnel. So school personnel are in, teachers, they had a big fight about that, but we got them in, that causes physical, social and emotional harm to the targeted individuals or groups in the wider school community. So on the whole, I felt reasonably okay with that. It's got repetition, it's got imbalance of power. There's a reference there to satisfy the sociologists. It talks about different kinds of harm. It talks about the wider school community. I'm not sure how Dan Orveus would have felt about that. Miri, how does that seem to you, as someone who has the Orveus type definition? How does this one seem? Sorry, put you on the spot there.
Damaging. It's going backwards to kind of the
So it was meant to go out for consultation, but I haven't actually seen it go out for consultation. Maybe I can ask you now, are you happy with this definition as it is? Would you take it forward as a revised definition? Maybe if you think yes, you can put your hand up. And if you think no, just keep your hands down. So any yeses? 1, 2, 3, maybe. But most of you don't seem very satisfied with it, I would say. But yeah, I think Dan would say if he was here, what's wrong with my original definition, or the ABA definition actually? I tend to feel the same, to be honest. Well, I think that's probably my last slide. Yeah, that's it. So it remains a bit of a controversial topic.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think people need time to think about it, I think, and to digest what you presented here. That's why there was no response. I don't think it necessarily means they don't agree with it. Thank you very much for this, though. Excuse me. So this was a bit of an academic short intervention on the definition, the concept of the definition. And now we're going to turn to 2 schools here in Greece, private schools. The first is Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή, a member of the European Anti-Bullying Network. And the second is Doukas School, which did the certification project. They will speak to us about their anti-bullying work. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Eurocert on the answer in more detail. Let me put the... So Agapi Vavouraki is the principal of the primary school of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή.
Okay, hi, that's me, and I really do. I am a principal of a big private school, Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή. So it is a school that has 2,000 students. I have 1,000 students in the primary, 950 students, 96 teachers. And 6 grades in 6 clusters in each grade. So yes, it's a big school. And it's a big challenge. And I would like you to travel now with me inside the school, because we've heard very, very interesting things about strategies, policies in the regional and national and international level. So travel with me inside one school with young students, a primary school. So we believe that the school is an ecosystem. Yes, it's a very simplistic diagram to show the ecosystem, because it's not only this. I wish I could, have better drawing abilities. But yes, of course, there are a lot of more circles around it. There is the regional level, the national level, the international level, and a lot of agencies and people. But I will focus inside the school and the ecosystem of the school. And the center of the school, it's the student who has 3 hats. One hat is the student hat. The second hat is the daughter and son hat. And of course, it cooperates with the whole school. He lives inside the school. So an ecosystem of the school. We would like to believe that we are all together, all in one, and we share common values. And of course, we believe that we have certain rights. And these are common communication concepts between us. And of course, we need to have transparent, and we do have transparent and consistent policies. And everybody knows about them, and we want everybody to respect them. And of course, we need a lot of cooperation between us, students, families, teachers, non-teachers. We have a lot, many school buses, many drivers, many people that do a lot of different and other works. So we all together What are our aims? Of course, and I think that we have heard it a lot today, we want to have a positive school climate. We want everybody to feel safe. We want everybody to feel respected, and everybody to feel that he belongs to the school. And of course, we want everybody to feel trusted and trust, and to have trust. And this is more important when something happens. And of course, our aim is to develop our student skills. And it's a very important level of education, because students in primary school, they develop their first attitudes toward education, towards learning, toward friendship, toward socializing, towards themselves. So we would like to help them cultivate social and emotional skills, not only intra skills, but interpersonal skills. And of course, strategies. Okay, I know who I am, but what can I do? And these are with red, because these are most needed when something happens. So what do we do? What we do to cultivate and to implement our aims? First of all, we don't believe in flashes. We have coherent educational activities in all grades of education, in all grades of the school. And of course, we have teachers' training. Students do not learn only maths and language and Greek and English. They also learn how to, we've heard it a lot, how to live inside the school, how to relate, how to flourish. And we want teachers to be trained to have big ears and open eyes and know how to react early when something happened. And of course, we need cooperation with the families and counseling when we need it. We do have psychologists in the school, so they help us very much with families, with students, with teachers, because they also want help. And it's not only with training that you can deal with difficult behaviors. It's also on the spot that you need help. And we do have people to help them at that time, not later, not when something has grown bigger. And I try to give you an insight on how we work and how we develop a coherence program. Every grade, you see the 6 clusters, every grade's teachers cooperate between them, and they decide what educational program. We don't do always the same things. Yes, we have the same aims. But we do new things, other programs. So we all decide what we are going to do this year in the first grade, in the second grade. And every grade, every year, has a program for values and a program for anti-bullying behaviors and combat against them. Because we believe that values and anti-bullying is tied together. You start from values, you start from what you believe, you start to learn how you feel for yourself, how you feel for the others, how you relate with others, and then you can talk about bullying and anti-bullying. So I will present indicative educational activities that we do in different grades. So first of all, on values. So each grade has its own programs and its own activities. And they deal with kindness, friendship, cooperation, respect, and justice. And it's of course different in each grade because there are different grades. Primary school is a very huge level, not only of numbers, but of age distribution. So we start at 6, we finish at 12. So, first and second grade, very playful activities, things to do, things to play with, hands-on, and activities to do on the playground. The class is becoming a playground many times, and we read books. About friendship, about schooling, about how to wait for my turn. This is not a very Greek, very Greek character. What friendship means, and then we do a lot of discussions, a lot of observations, and how to recognize things in my everyday life, in my everyday school life. And of course, we talk a lot about kind wording, kind messaging. We do activities that need cooperation, that they really need cooperation. And this is, I think, the base to discuss afterwards what is not right, what is bullying, or whatever. So the third and fourth grades, they water the flower of respect with actions that show respect. So we use a lot of everyday paradigms from my own life, from my own school hours. So they talk about honesty. So each of these labels you see, it's a paradigm of where I can see honesty, in which action. So it's important to understand, to recognize, to identify, and then do it yourself. And we have also the value defenders and the right behavior defenders. So we also believe a lot in ownership of things. So it's not activities that the teachers impose to students, but there is a lot of initiative from the students. So sometimes they decide what they do. They decide how they are going to evolve the activities. So this is a third grader that they. So the value is group work, grouping. So she has with her team. They worked on the value, and then they present to other students, because we believe also that presenting and convincing other people helps even more. Fifth and sixth grades, they do a lot of qualitative research. So they observe. They collect and they illustrate and they analyze, and then they present again in their classmates or in smaller grades. They select values, they prioritize what it is important for them. So this is the necklace. They draw a necklace with the values they prioritize, each child. Oops. And of course, after values and after the right behaviors and the right attitudes, then we're discussing what is not. So each grade is, I could say, participates in activities that they are dealing with bullying and, of course, anti-bullying. So the first and second grades, yes, they are playful, Well, this rabbit here is a book that Trevisas wrote in a conference organized by our school, because we are a bullying sensitive school. In 2012, we got involved in a national Pan-Hellenic research about violence, child violence. So this is a very nice book, very nice story for youngers. They do, and it's about what this rabbit does differently and how the other rabbits have to respect it. So we do a lot of hands-on, so it is easier for youngers to understand how a bag is getting heavier. Even when I put stones, each stone is a bad word, is a cruel word. Or they have, they do the angry balloon. So for each nasty word, the balloon is getting bigger and bigger, and then a poof. So they understand about their emotions. How can I deal with when I'm angry? What can I do? And we also learn how to heal. Because, okay, this is the bag, it is heavy, there are many cruel words. What can I do? A good word. A good word heals. And of course, we start to discuss about victim, bully, and bystander. In the 3rd and 4th grade, we write letters, and we use the international experience in international projects. So we use a PREPI project, which is about videos. We discuss them, we present them, we build shields against bullying. And these figures have words in it because they stand for the bully, the bystander, and the victim. And the students try to think how they feel, what they think, and what they should say or what they could do. And this is the alphabet of anti-bullying. So each letter is one message. And of course, we give the students the opportunity to present their work, to present their peers, to present their parents, grandparents, and of course we exploit the 6th of March, which is the day for the anti-bullying, to do a huge poster presentation. Each grade has to present what it did. So I think that one important thing is to understand that it's there, and you have to have your eyes open, because you may have nothing, but it's very easy to have something. So prevent is our message, and actions are aiming to prevent bullying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Vavouraki. And now we'll go to Doukasa School and Mrs. Chrysanthi Sotiriou, who's the Deputy General Director of Education at Doukas School, will present about their actions. Okay.
Thank you. Well, actually, I'm a teacher, and that's the role I want, most of the times to have. It is a pleasure to be here today because we have listened to so many interesting initiatives towards preventing and tackling school bullying and also youth violence. And yes, I believe that you all agree with me that this is a global phenomenon. And yes, I believe that it is more than necessary to share knowledge and to share experiences. Something that this conference does actually right now, because we have seen a lot of important ideas. You know, when referring to school bullying, most of the people say that is a problem. And I believe that we should not consider it as a problem or merely as a problem, but I think that it is an opportunity to turn school into an environment of respect, understanding, and empowerment. And I believe that all of you might say, is that feasible? Can we do it? The answer is yes. And that's why we are here from Duca School, and I say we because I'm the person who is on the podium, but we have got the team of psychologists, Eri Piperaki and Chrysavgi Boura with us. And our goal is to present to you a policy towards that goal, the goal that I told you before, the policy for the prevention and tackling of violence and bullying that we implement in our school. And you will tell me, just tell us a few words about the school. Well, the school, Duca School, is a private school. And it is a school of 1,700 students from K, kindergarten, pre-K, to grade 12, 200 teachers. And yes, we do have problems of school bullying and violence. And it was something that we discussed before with Mr. Yiannopoulos. We should not tell that all these policies are here to eliminate the problem. Mostly they're here to highlight some advice and some solutions that I believe you will find useful. So, in our school, the core, which is the heart of our approach, is a social-emotional empowerment program. It is unified, it is linear, it is structured, and there are a lot of steps and a lot of stages to that. The awareness-raising talks, speeches, and presentations for teachers, students, the parents. We need to have the parents with us. Cross-curricular projects, Agapi beforehand showed us a lot in her school, and they were great. Experiential activities, and also the school mediation program. Something revolutionary, and we'll talk about that later on. Our goal is the development of functional relationships for children, both with themselves and with others. So the child is in the heart of this policy. This policy has got several thematic axes, and we have got the five ones which are the core ones: the emotions, self-image and self-esteem, collaboration, social skills and communication skills. And then we do have coping with stress situations. We deal with students with learning disabilities. And also, we pay a lot of attention to crisis management and adaptation. All these in collaboration with the families. And this is really important. And I want to show you something that's a sneak peek. Although it is Greek, I'm going to try to translate it. All these are the different axes, and it's the program that we implement. As you can see, we have got on the left side where you see that's the yellow one, the yellow color, is for kindergarten, and then we go to green, primary school, and the blue one is for high school, junior and senior high school. And you can see all the different actions that we have got in emotions. Number 2, it is self-esteem, where we are going to recognize some different traits of the personality of the students. In number 3, with communication skills, and 4, collaboration. And then we have got our social skills, which are really important. How are we going to teach the students to deal with difficult and stressful situations? And then, of course, the core of it is school bullying. The students with special needs, that connection of the two most important ecosystems, I tell them, in the life of a child. On the one part, family, on the other part is the school. And we do have different actions, like we show some movies, we're going to discuss game roles and everything. Of course, each program needs an evaluation, and we do evaluate that program. As you can see there, we have got a forms evaluation for this program and also for the action that we call it Let's Go Together. And why do we do that? And I have heard that from different people who spoke today. Because if you evaluate, then you can realize if there are mistakes, if something doesn't work with your school, and also you can give the chance to make this program better. And that's what we really want. Then the second stage, because the first stage was the prevention, the second stage is the tackling and also the school mediation. There we have got everybody. We do have the teaching staff, the administrative staff, students, parents, external partners. And here you can see part of it in our school regulation form, because everybody needs to know it. It's something that you can find it in this paper. And of course, what can we see in there? We can see forms of bullying. Professor Smith beforehand gave us a definition. I'm thinking about it, if it's right or wrong. And the signs of the bullying occurrence, reasons, reporting and seeking help system, the responsibilities of everybody, preventive and corrective measures, and guidance for all the parts that are involved. And something that we pay a lot of attention to is that all the members of our institution, they do have specific roles, but everybody knows about these roles. And everybody knows about recognizing and reporting an incident. Well, somebody might say, okay, the teachers should do that. No. Because as we have seen before, the school is an ecosystem and doesn't have only teachers. It's the people who work for lunchtime, the bus drivers, many people who come from another, let's say, school, or they visit us. So everybody should know how to recognize and report an incident, steps for handling the incidents. We have got a tick-the-box paper. So every time that an incident happens, sometimes Eddie laughs with that. I open my drawer and take that out. It's a paper, and I say, step 1, I need to do that. So everybody ticks the box, and we know what to do, because we need to do some steps before reporting that to the parent. And of course, if it is something really, really important, let's say it has to do with a criminal act, something that hasn't happened gladly in our school, we need to report it to public authorities. It's an annual plan, and with workshops and seminars and talks and presentations and social activities, and the teachers are involved with everything that I told you before. The students are involved, and this is something that I want you to take from this presentation, that the student is in the core of this program, and the students know what to do when a phenomenon occurs. This is something that I believe helps us. You need to teach to the young ones how to deal with that incident. And of course, you need to help them if they want to deal all these things without the help of the teacher, of the administration. And that's the formation of the mediation group. And of course, we have got the role of the parents. The parents are informed when we have an incident, with regular communication, and of course with active participation. That's the evaluation again of the second stage, because we have evaluation of the first stage, which is the prevention, and of the second stage, which is the tackling. And this is the last part. The last part is the school mediation, when we have got students who are going to work together in order to solve a situation. These students are trained by the group of our psychologists, and their aim is to lead both parties to a mutual and satisfactory resolution of the conflict. And trust me, they do so. And I believe that it is something that is better instead of using the teacher or the person who is responsible, the director. The school mediation cultivates mutual respect, tolerance, and democratic dialogue. Now, these are the cases for the school mediation: verbal, physical conflicts, intra-school violence, attack, online conflict, but we do not handle substance use. They do not handle attack with an object, thefts, and sexual harassment. Just before I leave you, I asked my students, because we were talking about this presentation, tell me something, tell me a line that you want me to use as the closing part of this presentation. So one of them came and told me, Miss, it says peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice. I said, wow, fantastic. Then he came next to my ear and said, it's ChatGPT who told me that. I said, okay, doesn't matter. But I congratulated him because that was in the core of what I wanted to share with you today, what we wanted to share with you today, that the prevention of school bullying is not merely the avoidance of conflicts. We cannot avoid them. We said that before. But the creation of a fair and safe environment where all students are accepted and they feel accepted and respected. And that's why we did that policy, a policy which I want you to keep in mind is something that has a certification. So now comes the second part with Mr. Thefilopoulos about the certification of this project. Thank you, and I hope that you have great experiences again with your schools in your countries. I wish I knew all the languages. I only speak a little bit of Spanish and Italian to say hello to the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sotiriou. And now let me open the last presentation from Mr. Theophanopoulos, who represents the certification company Eurocert, that together with the European Anti-Bullying Network created and answered the certification against... Με το βελάκι.
Υποθέτω πρέπει να μιλήσω αγγλικά ή μπορώ να μιλήσω και ελληνικά.
Δεν έχουν επιστρέψει τα περισσότερα εδώ τους βλέπω χωρίς ακουστικά.
Good afternoon. As advised by PG, I should speak in English. I think for everybody which is not native in English, who denies to speak in the own language, which for us means Greek, but since English is the contemporary lingua franca, I will obey to this fact, and I will try to present what I have to present in English, in my poor English. So, we in Eurocert work in the certification business worldwide, and certification means that what somebody, like an enterprise, an organization, a school, whatever, declares that apply, in many cases there is a need of a third independent eye to declare that this is truth. And the audience of certification is the every shareholder of this fact when we speak for agricultural products, we are all the buyers. Industrial product, the same. A social phenomenon like bullying has its shareholders as well, which has a broad community comprising from the parents, the authorities, the society, the bully and bullies, and at the end of the day, if the society and the state are those which are responsible for the phenomenon, those as well. I bow down to the experts which presented here the results of a very intense investigation of this complex phenomenon which is bullying, and I respect very much some proposals in some cases or good practices which has been tested in several countries and at several levels of education. But at the end of the day, all this wisdom, we think that should be shaped in a certain and very concrete proposal. What I mean with this proposal. If we go to the school which is around this corner and present all these results of investigation and good practices, I doubt if the teacher or the director of the school, and not only the school, the head of an athletic or sports initiative, a conservatory, whatever organized structure where minors are present. I'm not sure that if we give all this flow of wisdom, I doubt if he understands well what is bullying and mainly what to do tomorrow in order to tackle this phenomenon that you describe me. So this is the first thing. And the second thing is that if we address this issue to those people which do not have the expertise that you have, there is a danger that they consider bullying that is not in the core of their activities, which means that there is the education and the bullying. What we have as a primary need is to incorporate bullying in the core of the activity, to be part of the activity, not to have this plus this. So having this in mind and all these questions and doubts, we share it with the Χαμόγελο του παιδιού, which is the national organization which also chairs in the person of Mr. Yiannopoulos the European Anti-Bullying Network, and decided to make a set of I would say requirements concerning the bullying phenomenon, and to write it down in a very comprehensive way, in a standardized way. That means everybody which would like to apply initiatives and efforts to tackle bullying to have a very harmonized, standardized way which can be applied in a school, in a conservatory, in the athleticism, in Greece, in Portugal, in Spain, everywhere. That means to speak or to have a common language. So we created the Livemedia, which is a very comprehensive initiative, which EANCERT management system standard and certification. Let me explain why system. Bullying is a phenomenon, like a biological phenomenon, an atmospheric phenomenon, whatever, and as phenomenon has a very common and certain parameters. The first parameter is that somebody or something creates the problem or the challenge. Then these external conditions influence a cell, a system where the activity is carried out. Then inside the system we have a kind of, or we should have a kind of management in order to have certain results, which hopefully would be the to limit or to diminish the impacts or to maximize the positive things of the phenomenon. So this is a system, this is what applies to every phenomenon, I would say. So we need this systematic approach, even if we speak about a very complex social phenomenon, which is the bullying. And why management? Because in the cell, I mean in the school, where the activities, the educational activities take place, and also the bullying occurs, somebody will or must assume the responsibility, like the maestro of an orchestra, to manage and to coordinate several activities. So that's why we speak about management in a system like a school. So we created the first standard in Europe, I don't know if it is in the world, which comprises all these efforts and thoughts, and we created the EAN anti-bullying standard. So this standard can be applied to every organized structure where minors are present. The school is the most representative example. And at the end of the day, when the organized structure, the school, in our case, Dukas, selects, it is not mandatory, to apply the standard, in some cases, upon the decision of the school, they need to have an independent declaration that this truly happens in the school, and here comes the certification. An audit team comprised by you, by experts of the bullying, and by Eurocert experts, which are experts of auditing management systems, go to the school and examine if what is written in the standard and declared by the school is in place. A small declaration here, the standard puts general requirement, does not say in any line what the school should do in order to tackle the certain part of the phenomenon, or how the school takes care about it. It is the school initiative to say and to convince the audit team that for every part of the problem, the measures that have been taken are sufficient and acceptable. So if everything is successful, then a certificate is issued. We have a very I think, a very nice logo. I will show it to you in order to shorten my presentation, which is this one. We have selected the motto for a bully-free society. And why to use this logo? Because, first of all, the school needs to demonstrate that this truly has happened. And on the other hand, this kind of message serves as a paradigm to the shareholders and to others which would like to make use of this standard. I will finish by saying that this initiative to have a standard is very useful to other two cases. The first is that is a harmonized, standardized solution, comprehensive to everybody, so can be applied everywhere, using and taking into account in every part of the system your good practices, your investigation, what you have presented here first. And second, when we address the issue of bullying to the public authorities, if we go with a library of good practices or investigation, they don't have the time, they don't understand. Unless you go with a very comprehensive proposal, which we assume that is the standard, and the way is not paved by floors. We put very great effort here in Greece to convince, but having several meetings with the ministers, personnel which are responsible for the bullying, we have seen that it is more comprehensive for them to put on the table the standard which explains what to do, giving emphasis in prevention. In the Greek mythology, there is a very good example, and I would like to ask you, when we finish, to try to Google it and to read the myth. We have two personalities. The one is Prometheus, which means a person which acted before the problem happened. And then is the Epimetheus, the contrary, somebody which, when the problem happened and all the impacts were present, tried to find solution, which in the second case costs a lot, much more in effort and in money. So, before to put a full stop, another part which should be considered by us as decision makers is the following. The investigation, your work, can be financed by public sources. The application cannot. So if we want to apply the standard in the private sector, it's okay, because the schools which are present here have decided that this is a core problem, and they invest, not spend money, they invested in this, in the solution of this problem. But when we address the problem to the public authority and we ask millions to put in the Greek schools, the primary schools, the answer is no. So this standard, which present a harmonized solution, a low-cost harmonized solution, can be digested in a more easy way. This is the practical part of the problem. Full stop. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theophanopoulos. And I know that our conference participants know where to reach out to find out more about this process if there's interest. We will finish now with some closing remarks by the President.
Closing remarks. Thank you very much that you came all the way from different countries. Thank you very much for participating. I'm very thrilled that for the first time I see a meeting, a symposium, whatever you want to call it, a forum, that comes out with results, with concrete results. Thank you all for participating and giving us concrete results of your countries, results that they can be used by our countries, that they're not interested so much to utilize them. And it's important that we continue this, and we are in the next coming time that to see what's going to happen with the European Commission, with the European Parliament about this phenomenon, this problem, because until some time they did not see it as a bullying separately from the violence. And also from our country, I hope that some people will understand what is going on to try to change attitude, not laws, attitude. The attitude is stop the children that giving bullying by giving them sentences, by having them on opposite of us adults, not by trying to give what was said very nicely from various people here. I can see, I remember your speech and your words, and I take them back in my heart, not only in my notes. So we continue. I stop here because you are very tired. You are heroes that you managed until now to stay here, and I appreciate it. Particularly, I'd like to say a special thank you to Mrs. Dimitriou, who is the next High Court prosecutor, retired High Court prosecutor, who is continuing to try to learn more and more every day. And this is an example for us. And also, she doesn't stop following the children's issue. And we appreciate that you are within our efforts and our organizations, Mrs. Dimitriou. Thank you very much, and thank you all.